All right, let's see if this works better. Can you guys, I don't know if you guys can see me out there or not. I had to reboot. You guys can see me? Thanks. I appreciate it. Dude, where's my chat box? Like, what is going on here, man? Oh, that's what's going on. How about that? Is that better? There we go. I had to create a new camera instance, too. All right. I don't even want to look at RGF. I've been fucking adding RGF. I haven't added any RGF in a while. I'm just like done with it. Done with RGF. I'm just gonna let's throw it in the shit pile. I was talking to Winky. I was talking to Joe Donut last night about who's the guy? What's the name of the company where the guy had a publicly traded company and he was shorted down to zero, and he wound up going. I think he had a hostile takeover, and they dismantled his company and sold it. He made a video. He made a video about the dismantling of his company. And it like served as a hang tight here, guys. I got to do one quick thing in the background. They dismantled his company and it served as like a video to inspire GME gang. You remember that company? I forget the name of the company now. It's been a few years. The guy was like a CEO of a company, and he was so upset that he did a rant video. It was like 20 minutes or 40 minutes long, and he explained how his company was shorted down to zero. Yeah, RGF. I saw it yesterday. I ain't looking at it. I'm not looking at it. You want me to look at it? I'll look at it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Oh, yes. Oh. 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 Oh, dude, Winky, I bought it. First time I bought it was like $1.42. Then I bought it at like I bought it 43 cents. Then I bought 32 cents. I've got thousands of shares. Who else has a bunch of them? Joe Donut's got a shit ton of shares. I've got thousands of shares of RGF. Thousands. I don't talk about it on stream, man, because I don't want to be accused of fucking pumping and dumping on this shit. So I don't normally discuss RGF around here. Joe Donut, I think, owns 5 or 10,000 shares. I gotta call him right now. Fucking Bork owns fucking thousands of shares. If you're like a moderator, or if you're a mentor or an administrator, we've been buying all this shit for months and months and months and months and months and months. Do you know why we bought it, though? Do you guys know why we bought it? they're primed for an M&A, in my opinion. They're primed for a hostile takeover because the stonk is so cheap. Well, there's some like, do they make it private? That's bad, right? Are they taking it private, or is someone trying to do a hostile takeover? Right, you get the shares really cheap, and if the oh man, I shouldn't be talking about this. If they're pounding the price of the shares down to fucking zero, which they did, right, 25 cents, and you had institutional sellers, big institutional sellers, but who's buying them? Because they had an activist investor, and either the activist investor is trying to buy them to wipe out the board, or the board is going to buy them and take back all their shares, take it private, or they get absorbed by another company, a larger, they get bought by fucking Tyson or something like that. So my initial plan here was buy RGF. They were down so much over the year. Over 2023, they just got torched. I think they were at $50 at one point, and now they're trading like $1, 25 cents, 32 cents, all that shit. And so after tax loss harvesting season, I'm like, yeah, this is on my radar. I've got like a list of companies on radar going, yeah, are they going to get bought out at any point, right? So it doesn't matter if they do or don't. It more matters that there's the potential of it happening, right? Like Paramount. Paramount's another good one. Like Paramount got sent to the dumpster. So like every season, I'm like, yeah, it's November, December. I don't care if they actually get bought, but I do care about the ramp on the idea that they'll get bought. So it's one of those trades. Now, I don't fuck with it here on stream because it's not really a low float. They got shit tons of shares. But I don't talk about it on stream because I don't want to be accused of pumping and dumping this ticker. And I don't want to fuck around with fucking low float, fucking, like 20-cent stocks on stream. I don't want anything to do with that shit. So it's just a group of guys and I in the background. I can't believe it's trading 80 fucking cents today. That's fucking phenomenal. It's fucking phenomenal. My hope here is that there's some kind of an announcement like, hey, Tyson Foods is buying us. Something like that. I can't believe you're trading fucking 80 cents right now. Hold on a second here. Oh, yeah, I got like tea coming from my throat. Tea, more water. We got a lot to talk about today. Not a lot, but we got some stuff to discuss today. Number one. All right, so RGF, fuck yeah. Can somebody tell Bork and Joe Donut in the Discord at them or something and say, RGF is cranking? Hold on a second here. Maybe I'll just I'll do it on Twitter. Hold on. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about here. A whole bunch of cool stuff. So, someone said something to me this morning. They said, you disappoint me. They said, sometimes you're serious. Sometimes you're shitpost on Twitter. Sometimes you're egging people on Twitter. Sometimes you're all these different things, right? There are a lot of people on Twitter that want you to be one thing or another. They want you to be one thing or another. But then within that, though, too, there are a lot of people on Twitter that don't know who everyone is on Twitter. There's like an unawareness of who's who and what's what. So we should talk about that. Number one, not always But a lot of times, if you see, not always, but a lot of times, if you see someone on Twitter that says, I'm a CFA, a lot of times they're lying to you. You would be surprised at the number of handles on Twitter that come off as a dumb retailer, or maybe they only have 100 followers, who they really are in real life. Now, that doesn't, like Andy Constant's Andy Constant, let's say, right? I'll use him as an example. Or Jedi Marcus is Jedi Marcus. He's an actual fucking floor trader from the CME. Now, it is important for you to be aware, if you're going to be on FinTwit, it is important for you to be aware that not everything is always as it seems. And why do some people not have 1 million followers? Jedi Marcus has, I think, 36,000 followers. He should have 1 million followers, but he doesn't. But if you see who follows Jedi Marcus, it's way more insightful into who Jedi Marcus is. You'll see Andy Constant. He hasn't got a ton of followers, right? He will interact with Jedi Marcus or myself. Why? Why do they interact with myself? And why do I interact with them? And so on and so forth, right? Why am I carrying on a conversation with someone with 200 followers that looks like a shit-posting retailer when you don't know how I know that guy? That guy could possibly be a broker-dealer that does not want you to know that he is a broker-dealer, like an actual broker-dealer. So I might have DM conversations with them privately, and you may want to see who follows my handle on Twitter. Find out. Look and find out. Say, who follows CaptainJimJames? So if I have 24,000 followers, right, I don't have 1 million followers, but who is following me? And who am I following? So follow count doesn't necessarily mean anything on Twitter is my point. Follow count doesn't mean anything. And be careful who you are thinking, or be careful about your impression of shit posting, dogging, or goading, or why is he serious? Why is he not serious? Why does he do these different things? So that's like one big thing. What you think is happening is sometimes something different under the surface. Is my point. So just be like careful with the who do you think is speaking to somebody else? Is my point. There's a second part to this too. In trading, there's gallows humor. It's very similar to humor in the military. The reason why there's gallows humor is because it's very stressful what you do, especially with money. It's very stressful. It's very, it's hard. I don't know the way to explain it. It's hard work. And so the Army is like that too. I don't all the services are, but when I was in the Army, it was very similar. You'd be in high stress situations, and you would say things that you might not normally say in front of your wife or your husband or your children, and things you would do in the Army that you would not normally do in real life, because it's so stressful, and it's against the grain, right? And trading is against the grain too. Trading, investing is always against the grain. When you think you should be zigging, you likely should have been zagging. You ever notice that? That's why we wash out 70% of investors and traders. That's why we wash out almost, and the 30% left over will blow up accounts not regularly, but every 5 years, 10 years, blow up an account. It's a very stressful thing to do. And so you'll find gallows humor, shit posting mixed in, especially on Twitter. Twitter's a very serious place, but also a place to shit post. It's like the gutter, right? It's the well, Helen says it, right? It's the what does she have? She calls it the trailer park, right? You got the trailer park going on FinTwit, right? So there's a bit of that. Now, if anyone takes themselves too seriously on FinTwit, I am suspect of them. I'm very suspect of anybody out there that takes things too seriously or doesn't have a sense of humor or gallows humor. And why? Because I know if they've got gallows humor, they have skin in the game. They do. They have skin in the game. Anyways, just be careful about who's who and what's what on FinTwit. I'm not like shitting on anybody or anything like that, or nor anyone on FinTwit this morning. But you may not be aware of what the actual conversation is and what it really applies to. Now, I have been thinking about, and there's a few other things here too. You may not know this either. There's a few other things you don't know. So there's like 4 people that have access to my Twitter handle. You probably don't know that, do you? And we have other Twitter handles. I have a handle called @CaptainsAlpha. That was private. I don't know if it's public yet, but it was private. It was a private handle for, I think I have 4,000 followers there. And that handle is played straight-faced. So that persona that I have at @CaptainsAlpha has always been played straight-faced. If any of you follow that handle and you look at that history on that handle has never been a mix of shit posting, truth, insights, moments in the market, and that kind of stuff. I have another handle called Trade the Trigger. That's kind of active, kind of inactive. But right now I'm trying to find a social media manager. This is true, a social media manager. Why? Because I need to have presence on Trade the Trigger on FinTwit. Right? I need to have presence. I need to be able to get my communication tied together. So I go on Discord and I talk, right? I have a website that I put market briefs on. I have a show that I talk to you on. When I have free time, I get on FinTwit and I talk there, right? Or have a discussion or ask a friend, hey, how you doing, man? Or I say, hey, I just heard something bad happen to you. I want to make sure you're all right, right? Or I just want to fuck around with some friends, right? Now, how am I in all these different places and have some kind of uniformity or message that's consistent across all of these outlets? And it's tough. It's not easy. It's fucking sucks, to be honest with you. What I would really like to do is have like the straight-faced Trade the Trigger handle. Maybe @CaptainsAlpha's got some like free bonus shit for people, right? And then take my handle back and just for shit posting. And tell you, if you don't like me, go over to Trade the Trigger, @Trade the Trigger on Twitter, and you'll get the straight-faced CaptainJimJames. Now, to do all that shit is obscene. Like, it's so much work. And it's hard to do. It's hard for me to do all that. So they have these things called social media managers. It's been difficult finding one because you have to get someone that knows how to do that and understands finance, understands the stock market, and we get along, like so that there can be some management of dispensing information, providing the straight-faced CaptainJimJames if that's all you want, or if you just want to fuck around and shit post with me, you can get that experience as well, or whatever it is, right? So anyways, why do I have low followers? Let's address that too. So I only have, I think, 20. How many followers do I have? I don't even check. I have, let me go look. I have 25,200 followers. Okay, so there's a couple things to this too. So I've got 25,000 followers. I don't know if you know this, but you can see. I'll never out anybody, but there is software out there that you can check and see someone's profile for natural growth versus unnatural growth. You can actually see handles if they've paid for followers. What happened? How you see it is this: there's software out there that'll show spikes in followers, and there are abnormalities in normal follower growth. So if you have growth in followers on FinTwit that looks like, let's say, like this over time, all of a sudden you'll see like, boom, I kid you not, like 10,000 followers. And then all of a sudden it'll be like, boom. And they're normally pretty roundish numbers in the thousands. And all of a sudden overnight, they got a bunch of followers. So there's that. A lot of people out there, and I'll never out them. I've seen them, though, because I use the software to see. A lot of people out there have unnatural followers, follower growth. So they pay for followers to look like they're a trusted source of information because of the number of followers they have. In fact, high followers is not an indicator of trustworthiness on FinTwit. So we're going back to that guy that I was talking to this morning, Simon. You likely don't know who he is in real life. I do. I know Simon privately. Simon should have 100,000 followers. Simon, you would be shocked at who he is in real life. But anyways, now let's go over something else. Some people have high followers because they are respected, right? They do great things. They are consistent in their message. They're not mixing shit posting. They're not doing comedy. They're not doing this and that. They delete and groom their profile. Maybe they come out late night and they hang out and have fun. Then they delete other posts and they only got this nice clean thing in the front, right? And I think that's valid too. And those people have valid followers. Now, those people are still trying to get followers, right? I am not trying to get followers. My intent on my handle is to keep my followers as low as possible. So every once in a while, I'll get on FinTwit and I will say things that piss people off intentionally. Why intentionally? You probably don't know why. It is a fucking nightmare having a high follower count. It sucks. It sucks balls. And a lot of high follow accounts have drop accounts for that reason. So you may get like a Tom Lee that has a bazillion followers, and then he may have a private handle that he operates under. The sweet spot is about 1,000 followers, about 1,000. It gives you the opportunity to make some good friends. Nobody cares about you because you only got 100 followers, 200 followers. You can make real connections, lifelong friendships on FinTwit. FinTwit's a great fucking place to make lifelong friends on. But when you've got 300,000 followers or 1 million followers, it's difficult. You've got people that you don't know if they're trying to take something from you. You've got people out there that you don't know if you can trust them. I get DMs from people offering to fuck me, have sex with me. All the time. All the time. I get women that contact me and offer to have internet sex with them. I don't respond to those people. I had a woman once start a conversation with me, and it led into, do you want to do this? And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not here for that. There are people that want to scam you. They want to get you they want to get your passwords. They want to take your account over. There's all kinds of things out there that makes your experience on FinTwit with high follow counts suck. So I don't want those high followers. I don't want the account to become dead. And that's what will happen. That account will die. If that account hits 100,000 followers, I will have to hand it over or manage it to some extent. And there are people that just want to tear you down. Like Andy Constant's a fine example. Andy Constant goes out and puts his dick on the line every single day. And people go, if you read his comments section, it's a mix of people that really like Andy. But then there's like 30% of the comments are just dog shit. Fuck you, Andy, you're wrong. Fuck you, Andy, again. You got it wrong 10 times, like Andy specifically, right? And that's not cool. It's not fun. And it's not, it's why be there, right? To some extent. Now, he might have thick skin and someone else, the fucking, whatever his name is up there, Mike Barry might have thick skin or whatever. But for me, I don't like it. So I don't want 100,000 followers. I don't want 1 million followers. And if I do get those 1 million followers, you're going to see the most bland CaptainJimJames that you'll ever see. And I don't want to be bland on FinTwit. As a matter of fact, a lot of the people I talk to on FinTwit, I've known since I had no followers. 0. Like there's a guy named Toof out there, right? I've known him since 0 followers. What's his face? Horse Lover Fat and I knew each other when we had no followers. Both of us, 0 followers. And no followers, hanging out in FinTwit and fucking around. I'm still very close with all of those people because of that. There's an ability to form friendships that last a very long time. So anyways, so I don't want the followers. And if I piss you off and you unfollow me, I'm actually happy for that. What's some other things about FinTwit that are kind of fucked up? If you're a troll on FinTwit, did you know that you get people more followers? So if you troll me, or if you troll Andy, or if you troll anybody, you name it, you fucking pick them. You troll when you're trolling specific people out there. Who's the guy that does Few? I forget his name, but the guy that does Few. Or you troll, you fucking name it, Heisenberg. Any of those guys, anybody that with a high follow count. Anytime you guys are trolling those people, you're likely getting them more followers. So you're inversely actually helping people get more followers by trolling them. I tend not to do that. I tend to just block your ass because I don't want you getting me more followers. Listen to that for a second. So if I don't want more followers, right, I have to block you. Seriously. If I allowed you to troll me, I would get a lot more followers. I'd get tons. Because you're like, hey, what's that fucking guy saying over there? He's a fucking, that guy sucks. The guy's wrong, right? Look at him. And so you go, oh, I'm going to follow that guy. That guy's always wrong. I'm going to go tell him every day he sucks. But you don't realize that you're just getting that person more follows. Anyways, a whole bunch of Twitter shit. That means nothing. It's internet credibility. It's bullshit. It's a scam. All for fucking internet cred. Internet cred is not as cracked up as you think it is. If you don't know that. If you've got 100 followers and you think having 1 million followers is fun, it sucks. As a matter of fact, on this show, I tell you once a couple weeks or so, I go, I'll follow you on FinTwit right now. If you've got 1 follower, I'll follow you on FinTwit. You got 100 followers, I'll follow you on FinTwit. Why do I follow you on FinTwit? Because you have 100 followers? Because internet cred is bullshit. It means nothing. You want to be followed by a guy with 25,000 followers? I'll fucking follow you. Fuck yeah. It means nothing. Yeah. If you've got 1 follower and you want me to follow you, I'll fucking follow you. No problem. You and I'll be friends. I'm not that guy that's like, I don't know. It's like, I'm not going to follow you, man. You've only got 1 follower. That kind of stupid shit. Your opinion's worthless, bro. You only have 20 follows, man. Sorry. That's all bullshit. The whole thing is fucking bullshit. Sorry. All right, anyways, let's get off the Twitter shit. We got one more thing to talk about, though, an important thing. We got to talk about something important. Someone on FinTwit also today said QT is bad for the market. It's a bad signal for the stock market. I think that you should go back and listen to what Jerome Powell said yesterday and have had a primer on what they're actually doing, because his discussion about ending QT in the bond market was already known. It's already known information. We discussed it here on the show already. And when he said it yesterday, he also mentioned some other things briefly that I think a lot of listeners didn't hear. So there is something going on right now I want you to know about. I'm going to try to simplify this for you because I know that some of you are professionals out there watching the show, and you guys know that I think last week I described this, and a few of you said, you know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to try to simplify this for you because it's not an easy thing to understand. I'm going to try to simplify this really quickly. Now, this is modern monetary theory, and I applaud the Treasury Department and the Fed for attempting this, because we haven't attempted this before. So they're not necessarily ending QT. The idea here is if I loan you, let me simplify this for you. If I loan you $100, right? Now this has to do, let's start off with this. This has to do with the Treasury Department trying to offset the government spending that the Senate is doing, the Congress, your representative that you vote for. Okay, you vote for your senators, and your senators are whores. Democrats and Republicans. Democrats and Republicans do not give a fuck about what they tell you on their campaign trail. Remember, we always discuss power and money. Power and money. And above all else, power and money. Now, their constituency, when they go to get elected, they tell you sweet nothings. We're gonna raise taxes, but it's to pay for this. We're gonna cut taxes because we're spending too much. Both raise taxes, but have to appeal to their base. Both love to piss that money away on not what they said they were going to do, right? So let's look under the veil here for a minute. So that spending is from the people that you and I elect, and what the Treasury Department is trying to do is kill some of that spending. So if we're spending, and we're popping up and over, the Treasury Department is attempting to step in and wipe some of that top off. How are they doing that? They're doing it, or Jerome yesterday briefly touched on how. And a lot of people took what he said as, oh, they're ending QT. Now, that's not what they're doing. If I loan you $100 and I tell you you have to pay this back every month or every year for 10 years at $10 a month, and I'm going to give you 10%, let's say, or you know what, we'll just set the rate. Plus $5 interest every month for a grand total of $15, right? For 10 years. Make sense? You end up owing me what? $150, right? So I loaned you $10 in 10 years. You're going to owe me $150. Here's the rub. So when I gave you this loan, right, a dollar was worth 95 cents. Make sense? Now, normally you'd have to wait regardless of what a dollar is worth in this 10-year period, right? Well, what is valuable today? What is valuable today? Do you know? The dollar. The dollar is valuable today. The dollar right now is trading $1.06 almost. $1.06 right now. Dollar today it's $1.50, or yesterday it was $1.0586, and it's been higher too, right? How high was it? $1.6495. Well, the Treasury Department believes that the dollar is going to be worth less down the road. So when they initiated these, let's pretend, loans to, when I initiated this loan to you, the dollar was worth, let's say, 95 cents. And we're coming to a point where the dollar is now worth $1.06, right? If I can end this loan to you early and renegotiate that loan, instead of at 95 cents, at $1.06, let's say, there's a variance in here of, let's say, let's pretend it's 11 cents. Where does that 11 cents go? Do you know? It goes to pay down debt that we are creating in our country. So they're using that money to pay down spending by your senators. It's an attempt for them to say, well, we think in 10 years or 5 years that or 30 years that the dollar is going to be devalued. So we're going to renegotiate all of this stuff, and we're going to tear this up and stop doing this, but then we're going to reissue new stuff to you. We're going to issue new stuff to you at the $1.06 rate instead of the 95 cent rate. We're going to take that 11 cents and we're going to pay down the fucking out of control spending by the government. So it's not really QE and it's not really QT. It's kind of like neutral. It's kind of neutral. And you'll hear people out there say, this is QE, we're printing money. Not really. I always. So over here, we have a cute little kitty cat. So just my point here is I see people right now trying to formulate a bear case. The reason why I'm discussing this topic with you about the Treasury Department is because there's a bear case trying to be formed that there's some doom and gloom ahead due to ending QT. They're not really ending. They're reissuing all this shit too. They're skimming the pot at a better price. How do I explain that? Or I don't know if I can explain that any better. I think that's the closest I can explain it to you. Because of the Treasury Department, they can, is the other point here. You can't do that. If you take a mortgage, you can't do that. You get penalties, right? But they can because they are the bank of last resort, right? They can do whatever they want. Yeah, it's still funny, isn't it? Now, I applaud them for trying this. We've never tried this in our government. I think it's I find it fascinating that they're not manipulating, but they're taking advantage of the value in the dollar right now. But it also speaks volumes about what the government thinks the dollar will be valued at down the road. Even the government is saying to you, just like UPS and FedEx is raising wages because they're looking down the road. Just like I was in the store last night and I saw heavy cream, a carton of heavy cream for $10. They ain't bringing that price down for you. What else? Oh, and you know what else? Dude, you guys are gonna find this funny. What are those? My daughters like the little square pizzas, Tostinos, I think they're called, or something. They're a little square pizza, very thin. They used to go for like $1.25 on sale, buck maybe sometimes. High end $1.50. I don't know what they're called. Are they Totinos? My daughters like Totinos. So I didn't buy them, but I walked through the store with my wife last night. We were getting out of an art show, and I said, "Look at those Totinos over there." They wanted $2.50 for them. $2.50 at the store that they're normally $1.25 for. 100% markup. 100. Why? Why is that? Because prices never come down. Because companies that sell goods only get a chance to raise prices every decade or two. So they max it out whenever they get the chance. Right? Whenever they get the chance, they hit it. I know that you as the consumer want them to go from $1.25 to $1.30 to $1.50 to $1.75 over time. But you would be outraged if they did, and you would wait for a sale to buy. So whenever they have a moment of a spike in inflation, they will raise those prices up, and then they stay up forever because they know that not you, but maybe your kids will become accustomed to spending $2.50 for Totinos in the future. They don't care that you knew or I knew they were $1.25. They care that you're not going to care after you are conditioned to accept it. So I can relate this to you right now. If you ask someone that's young if they like a human checking them out in a grocery store or in their favorite department store, they would tell you no. They prefer self-checkout. When we first went to self-checkout, people were outraged. Then they removed more cashiers and more cashiers and more cashiers. They don't care about you being old and not liking it. I bet if you're 60 or 70 years old, or I bet if you're 50, you can go to Levi's. Let me show you guys something cool. Another way to look at this would be Levi's. Levi's 501 jeans, right? Levi's 501 jeans. Waist 32. What do they cost today? I think the original 501s were like, or the original ones when I was a kid, they were $20, $30 or something. Right? Levi's today can cost upwards of $100, $300, $500 for a real pair of Levi's today. So the quality, you're either going to be sacrificing price or quality for what you get today. An old person today was going to tell you it wasn't like that when I was a kid, and it wasn't. You had better steel, you had better quality products, and we either charge more or we devalue what you think you're buying over time so that you can afford it. That's why you see so much throwaway fashion today. You go to buy a shirt and it's $5 and it falls apart in a week. You stain it and the stain is permanent, right? And all that shit winds up in landfills. If you go to a secondhand clothing store today and you look for anything in the past 5 or 10 years, 10 years old, it's trash. Pure fucking trash. So you're either going to pay a lot of money for what you're getting, or if you're paying less, that means you're eating or consuming or using an inferior product from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So prices don't come down. Anyways, blah, 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 blah. If the Fed is, or if the Treasury Department thinks the dollar is going to drop over time and they're going to make bank, what does that mean about the stock market? Does that mean the stock market is undervalued? That's a big question, right? Is the stock market undervalued? All right, if the dollar is going to lose all of its value, if you are permanently going to have to spend more on groceries and on cars and on everything else out there, even if you have disinflationary period, you don't get that back, is my point. So let's look at that for a minute. Let's look briefly for me telling you don't get that back. So this is we're going to do a simple thing with inflation. Inflation over time is about 2% rise, right? So let's say you buy something for $1 over here, right? And we get a spike. Whoop. You buy a circle for $1. We get an inflation spike. Comes back down to 2%. The circle that you're buying, we'll call it an orange. You bought an orange for $1. We get an inflation spike. Oranges go to $3. Here's your orange, $3. Inflation comes back down. Woo! Let me ask you out there. It's now back in line again. Does the orange go lower than $3? Does the orange go lower than $3? No, exactly. The orange a year later will then be $3.20 or 10 cents, let's say. Then it's $3.20. I see people on Reddit all the time that don't understand this. They think that when inflation comes back down to 2% or 3%, that the orange is going to go back to $1, let's say 30 or something. But it's not. This rate of change in inflation is constantly moving higher, and it's not related to price. Now, we can have disinflationary periods. You'll hear people say, what about disinflation, Cap? That is possible. Hold on here. If this is 2%, that's 0, and that's negative. You're at $3, let's say. Yeah, we can drop the price down to $2.75, $2.50, something like that. It's very rare, though, that we do that. Extremely rare, isn't it? If we have a disinflationary period, or true one, you're talking about needing to do that for how long? Especially COVID, right? Well, I think, how high was inflation at one point? You'd pretty much need to have a what? You'd need to have either a depression or you need to have an acceptance that we're never going back there again. Maybe we'll have small disinflationary periods, but are we ever truly coming back down? Historically, no. Historically, if you look from a photo from 1910, 1800, 1940, 1975, whatever, we have never gone back, ever. We just say, oops, fuck it, we burnt one. Let's print more money. And that's why when I'm an old man and dead, my kids' will likely be paying $5,000 or $10,000 a month for rent. Now, is that $5,000 or $10,000 worth the same as $5,000 and $10,000 today? No, it's worth about the same. Well, I shouldn't say about the same. It's worth less. It is worth less. And the quality will probably suck even more. Because you're either going to be paying money or you're going to be fucking getting a shittier product, right? Or a shittier service or whatever. So that's just how life is. Unless we do have a depression, or we do have, hold on here, or we do have a war, or something crazy happens, something like that. Mostly a depression, burning tires in the streets, which we're probably not going to have, right? Or they're going to do everything they can for that not to happen. Within their power. Nobody wants burning tires in the streets. I know some of you do, but you don't know what the reality of that really looks like unless you've actually been to those places. Unless you've actually been to Nigeria in a back alleyway, or Iraq in the middle of a fucking war, or some really bad shithole in South America or something like that, Guatemala after a fucking hurricane. See a pregnant 9-year-old in the streets and shit. I saw that. You probably don't want to experience that in your life. But I do, Captain. I'm like, no, you don't. You have no idea what that is. You do not want to see that in your life. You have no idea what that's like. It's fucking brutal. It'll scar you for the rest of your days, the day you die. Okay, so we talked about QT, QE with the Treasury Department, and is it actually bearish or not? As of right now, I don't see it as that bearish. I'm skeptical of the idea that it's bearish. It's not necessarily that we're ending QT and starting QE. And that money is going towards dumbing down the deficit. Now, that goes, of course, against everything everybody out there is saying, right? They want to see spending out of control, fucking burning tires in New York City, and they're pissed that they're renegotiating these deals with bills so that they can pay down the debt. They want nothing more than bad news, bad news, bad news. So I'm not saying that is bad. And to that point, too, I spent time with you before the Fed meeting showing you workforce participation in the United States of America and some other key data and details. And Jerome, the reason I like that workforce participation rate that I showed you was because it's been coming down for so many decades that it makes sense for the Fed to allow the economy to run hot for a period of time. And he reinforced that in his statement yesterday. In his statement in particular yesterday, he was reinforcing he didn't want to say it to you because the market would have fucking went to all-time highs yesterday. It would have went to all-time highs had he been truthful yesterday, and he didn't. And it's good that he didn't because it's already known. What he was telling you was that the Fed and the Treasury Department wants the economy to run hot. They want more participation. They think the economy can handle it. They think that the market can handle it. They think that you can handle it. And they think that you can handle the rates. So nothing is broken. He point blank told you yesterday. He point blank told you under a veil that the fucking economy is robust and they want it to run hot and they want to get people working again. We are still at a lower rate of workforce participation than we were in 2020 and 19 during COVID. So they're going to run it. And this makes people rage, right? Rage. Who in particular? Who? The bond vigilantes. The bond boys are mad about that, right? Now, if the bond boys have their way and they do not like the direction of spending, well, this QT, QE thing should solve that, right? And they're like, oh, no, fuck you, we don't like that. That pisses me off, right? And they're pissed off about the operations of the Treasury and Fed, right? So yesterday was a shot across the bow to large bondholders. Now, there is some argument out there that bond holders or large bond firms don't have as much sway as they once did. I would point you towards 2023. You can actually look up bond vigilante on Google, and there's a bunch of articles from 2023 where they got pissy then too. And 2023 was a good year, wasn't it? It was a very good year. As a matter of fact, when they were in style, I think was 1980 or 81, when that term was coined. And the market went up then too. Stock market went up. Yeah, it did. It went up. What are we doing right now? We squeezing? I will have you know, though, this afternoon that tomorrow we do have volatility coming into the market with some economic data coming out in the morning. So be aware of that. For tomorrow that we have on the calendar, we have the U.S. unemployment rate and the U.S. employment rate. Big news, right? We also have U.S. hourly wages, right, which we've been discussing, haven't we? We spent this early week, part of this week, discussing this stuff, haven't we? And that should be a source of volatility, or it's expected as a source of volatility, right? The vol curve also is priced for that volatility, isn't it? Right? The vol curve is priced for that volatility tomorrow, but that pricing in of that volatility was before Jerome Powell shit all over it, right? So Jerome Powell yesterday rained on the parade that was going to happen on Friday's data. So think about that for a minute. We're pricing in wage growth, unemployment, employment tomorrow as being a volatile event. And then Jerome Powell comes out and says to you yesterday, yeah, what the fuck do we care? People are making more money. We need more workforce participation. So tomorrow's data, you don't want to see higher unemployment numbers, do you? Lower employment numbers either. And hourly wages, we already know. We already know they're going to be up, don't we? That data came out when? On what? Tuesday? Monday, Tuesday, we had that data, didn't we? So it's kind of a sell the news kind of a thing on that point, right? For wage growth, wage inflation. And he addressed wage inflation too yesterday, didn't he? He was like, it's high, but it's not that high. So I'm wondering right now if the vol curve for tomorrow is relevant or not, specifically due to his speech yesterday. Now, we do have two speakers tomorrow night. We've got Austin Goolsbee is going to speak at 7:45 p.m., and John Williams is speaking at 8:15 p.m., but I don't know that they're material to the market. Also, we know that volatility burns into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The vol curve just fucking dumps into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So these bears out here that are telling you the market's going to crash, I know what they're telling you out there. Here, I'm going to show you. I'll just draw it out. It's so fucking simple. These fucking guys are drawing stupid shit. They're like this. Here, I'll do it on a Weeble chart because it's got nothing on it. I know what they're fucking drawing. I watch these dipshits. I do. I watch these dipshits out there. I know the drill. Where's my screen? They're drawing this stupid shit down here, right? You come over, you fail, and boom, go down there. I'm assuming that Jerome Powell knows this. I'm assuming Jerome Powell sees this. I don't think we're all rocket scientists over here. I will say this to you. If you want to see this down move over here, if you want to see the big crash that's being discussed ad fucking nauseum, if you're a traditional chartist, if you're like, I don't know, a new trader, how do we do this here? If you are a traditional chartist, I want to ask you a question out there. I want to ask you a question. If price breaks above and gives us a new high right here, I want to ask you a question. Is that crash still valid? The answer is no. I'll just tell you right now it's no. Let me ask you another question. I just showed you on a 1-minute time frame a didlet in the middle, like our man there, Mr. Yen talks about, right? This is a 1-day didlin in the middle, isn't it? What are we seeing here? Didlin. You've got assholes out there. I'll say it. You got assholes out there. And this isn't anyone that you guys know. I saw I saw one guy. He's like a fucking perma bear on the news, Investors Daily or some shit like that. I forget his name. He's a big time bear. I forget his name. I don't know if it's Investors Daily, like Investor Palace or some shit. They've been telling you for like 3 or 4 weeks, mark your calendars for the big crash. Mark your calendars for the big crash. Mark your calendars for the big crash. Those guys that are like, like the guys like Peter Schiff's and shit like that. Those guys are fucking calling for something before it's happened. They're just fucking calling shit. I'd really prefer if assholes like Peter Schiff would wait for a break below to be calling crashes. If you're working with real money, you're trading this range right now. If you are fucking spewing hot garbage, I know for a fact you don't have any money on the line because you would have been eaten up in here. Just straight up eaten up in here. So don't be listening to those guys out there. This was your correction. Oh, this was your pullback. This was your correction. And until you break down below this bad boy right here, you can go fuck yourself. You can straight go fuck yourself. Now, I'll trade this shit down here with you. No problem. High five, I'm with you. But until we're down there, I would prefer to trade this zone here. Now, let's say they're wrong and we break above. Should I still be a bear? Or should I trade this zone up here? I'm going to trade that fucking zone right there. So, be careful out there with the shit that you're fed. Be careful out there with the shit that you're fed on the internet, is my only point. People that call shit before it happens, I don't know. They're like the world's biggest trolls. They really are. Sorry. You gotta trade each zone. Or you're gonna get your ass blown out, especially as a retailer. A boy back there, Mike Burry, he got his ass blown out for a decade. As a matter of fact, the money that he made finally was only due to a second leg down. And the amount of money that he lost out on during that epic fucking run was probably 10 times what he wound up making. 10 times. And I bet there was a guy that made 10 times that Mike Burry made and then had no problem becoming a seller to make money on the downside as well. So he probably made all of Mike Burry's lunch money and did cocaine and drank champagne along the way. You're not a troll, Jimmy. I love all you guys out there. You're not a troll, bro. I love all you guys. I love everybody here. Everybody in this chat right now, everybody watching the show. I love everybody. I don't hate anybody out there. I don't hate anybody. What up, Poke? I don't hate anyone out there. I don't hate anybody on Twitter either. I don't know. Is it Investor Palace? Maybe, I don't know. Let me see the one that I keep seeing. Is it Investor Palace? I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm saying Investor Palace, might not be them. Stock market crash, maybe. Let me find out who it is. Let me see who it is. Who I'm actually referencing. I think it's mark your calendars for May 2nd. Stock market crash. I think he keeps changing it every week. Oh, there it is. It's Investor's Place. Investor's Place. Hold on, let me show you guys something. Look at this shit. I said Palace. I apologize. I was wrong. I issue a public apology. Look at this shit. Investor Place. Stock market crash alert. Mark your calendars for May 3rd. Stock market crash alert. Mark your calendars for May 1st. And I think they delete these. I'm not positive, but I think they do them like every week. They're like, mark your calendars for April 21st. Mark your calendars for April 28th. Mark your calendars for December 1st. Look them up. It's called Investor Place. Oh, shit. I think they delete their articles. It is Investor Place. These guys over, these clowns over here. Fuck these guys. I think they delete their posts. You got to follow them because it's like when the market doesn't crash, they just reissue the same article and they change the date. Play the music. Play the music, Cap. I thought we were crashing today, by the way. I thought we were crashing. I thought today was crash day. All right, so I do want to say one more thing to you, though. I do want to say one more thing to you, though. Still, please be aware of that data coming out tomorrow morning. All right, music. I'll play the fucking music. Jesus Christ. All right, I'll play the music. You guys are fucking hilarious. Play the music. Play the goddamn music, Cap. You guys are savages. Whoa. Whoa. Uh-oh. Looks like we got ourselves some bag holders. Looks like some of them Wall Street boys are telling each other that the market's not going up just so they can exit liquidity their asses. Someone's lying on Wall Street. Dude, you're totally right. We're gonna crash. Someone get my secretary on the line and tell her to fucking close all my shorts. What's that? What's that? No, dude, we're definitely crashing, bro. Yeah, man. Fuck yeah, man. Fuck Jerome Powell. Susie, close all those goddamn shorts right now. No, Susie, I'm on the phone with him right now. Just don't tell him, okay? I need his liquidity. Woo! Spanking right now, baby. There's some guy watching right now, and he's in an office, and he's like, I fucking hate that guy. Oh, yeah. Love it. Hold on a second here. Whoa, hold on. What is that? I don't want that song. I don't want that song. I don't want that song, do I? Yeah, definitely buy calls here. Definitely buy calls right here. Did I get on the show at the right time today? I'm just kidding. I was being facetious. You should be exiting your longs as we approach the yellow bar ahead. Ah, shit, they're keep buying calls. Goddamn degenerate traders. Private AMS.
Should've known I wouldn't wait. I set the time, I set the date, yeah.
You want that bar up there or that bar right there? Which ones you want? You want that one right there?
Not gone away.
What do you need to know right here? Do you know? You teach me, I teach you, you teach me. What do we need? How do we go up here? What's that? If you can peek your head up there, what happens? Woo! That's right. Hold on 1 second. I got to take this call. So I want to talk to you guys about something right here really quick. So just keep your eyes on this. You're looking for, see this yellow tick right here? Keep your eyes on this yellow tick. Follow the yellow tick right there. You want to see if price can get a new high above that tick. You're watching for that, right? And if some of you are new to the program, so we're going to talk about what to be looking for here, right? This is a hourly trigger, a 30-minute trigger, and a 5-minute trigger, all crossing right now. So when these crosses happen, we will oftentimes retrace them to check to make sure that there are what? Real buyers here. And if they are here, we moon. We fucking moon. So another thing I want you to be aware of is the BGL, right? It's very similar to the BGL, isn't it? So as long as price is above the 1 minute trigger, we're bullish, right? Now, from time to time, as we trade higher on the 1 minute trigger, we will do checks on lower triggers. Now, this is for going down and up. It works in both directions. So if we spend a lot of time on the 1 minute trigger, like we are here, we will sometimes go back and check a prior trigger just to confirm that the way higher is with continuation, right? Just want to check. If that fails, we'll know it, right? How will we know if this fails? Because when you back check a 5 minute trigger, when we bounce, you are looking for the new high. If you catch the new high, you will enter the trade again right here, and you will blast off to the upside. You're given ample opportunity to buy dips and look for strength in buyers or weakness in buyers, giving you a chance to get out even in here. So if they roll it down on you. So we'll watch this closely right now to see what happens. And you are looking for what things? You're looking for the 1 minute trigger to hold right now. Why? You are looking to see if we fail for the new high or not. If we get the new high, what is the likely outcome? The likely outcome is if we go whoop, all the way up there, the likely outcome is that we're going up there. If we fail to get the new high, whoop, that means bulls are not as strong as we think they are, right? So your eyes should be laser focused right now on if we get the new high or not. Just like that close yesterday and just like that low this morning that didn't quite hit. I think I posted that on Twitter this morning. I think this morning, what did I say on Twitter? I said on Twitter this morning, I said what? I said, wrong way, Hal. Wrong way. Why did I say that? Well, the previous post was bad robot. You needed 449.98. Hal didn't get 449.98, did he? He missed it by like 3 pennies or 10 pennies. 449.98 on the downside, he missed. He missed it by a hair. If he's going to miss it by a hair, which way do we go? We go back up there to find the other side and see who's actually stronger. So we're going to see who's stronger. We're going to go up there again and just make sure that they're stronger than the bull, or the sellers are stronger than the buyers. They're kind of stinky right now, I can assure you of that. 449.98 is referencing what? Right here, I'll show it to you. So just like the close yesterday, whoop, whoop, here's the close from yesterday. Right? No, right here's close from yesterday. I was paying keen attention because these guys are buyers. And when we blasted down into that close yesterday, we didn't go lower than that low, did we? We actually missed it. I actually drew it out for you in the stream yesterday. See it right there? We failed. I was paying very close attention to see if the bears got down there, because that would mean these buyers are gone. They were still there. They were hiding out. And this morning, what was I looking for? This little guy right here. That little guy right there. That one right there. And what were they trying to do this morning? What were they trying to do? You guys remember this red bar right here? It was like this. And then they go like this. They go like this. They go slam. That was this morning, right? Well, they missed it, didn't they? Oh, 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 you missed it. The Algos couldn't get down there, could they? Why? Why didn't they get through there? Why didn't they get that new low down there? You know why? Because there's fucking buyers. Sharks down there. There be sharks down there. And they're swimming, and they're hungry, and they're vicious. And they got some ugly teeth. And they got big balls, too. And they're down there buying. Sorry. I should be more like Meet Kevin. Somebody get me a pink polo, please. I need to. I gotta. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go down to the plane junkyard and get myself like a derelict. I live in Detroit. I can do what the fuck I want. I'm just gonna go to like the junkyard, and I'm gonna buy like a derelict private jet and fucking slam it in my backyard. Just fucking pretend I'm flying around the country in it. I'll have like somebody making aircraft sounds in the background. Someone gave me my pink polo shirt. Is it Tuesday? Get me the lime green one, please, sir. A poncho. Like an old army poncho and shit. It's all like gray and stained with salt and sweat. No offense, I like polos. I like polos. But only if you pop the collar. Oh shit. You got to pop the collar. If you don't pop the collar, we ain't hanging out. Hold on a second here. Fuck yeah, dude. I'll rock a polo. I'll rock a polo with champers and yayo. Hang out with the boys. Hang out with the Wall Street bros. Hanging out on the hanging out in the Hamptons, getting shit faced with Billy Joel. Fucking Rod Stewart supplying the coke. Well, you'd have a blast, trust me. We'd hang out House of Cards. It'd be a good time. Look at price right now. It's just sitting there. Somebody kicked the algo machine. I own 505s, or I did own 505s. I was here this morning. I was in the office with you this morning when I turned the stream on. Fuck no. Fuck no. Mr. Swiggs. Mr. Swiggs. Mr. Swiggs, I want you to enable futures or after hours or futures button on TradingView. You need to account for futures and after hours, brother. Whatever it is, after hours, you click the button, or I think they call it on TradingView. What do they label it on TradingView? I forget what they call it on extended trading hours. Thank you. ETH is a button on there for your. Just do a Google search on TradingView, how to enable extended trading hours, and I bet you they match. Right on. Good job. Boy, that hourly velocity, man. Woo! Wouldn't want to mess with that if I was on FinTwit. I wouldn't want to be shot calling on FinTwit not knowing what the velocity is. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Sam. Is Trader Podcast here today? Anyone know if Trader Podcast is here? I got to find him. Hold on. We got to bring him on the show. Let me see if I can get in Discord and find him. I've been meaning to talk to him all day long. Well, hold on a second here. You're new here. This above is David MS. See if I can find a Trader Podcast. I want to ask Trader Podcast about put calls, buying and selling on Apple. as we enter the end of day, it's 1:51 right now. We need to talk about ERs. So number two is a couple of things. I have a couple notes for you right now. If you are a new member, now everything here is free, but we do have some. We got asked to do more, and so we're trying to do more. So that costs money. It's a lot of time, effort. The cost for servers and all kind and development of tools. We've got developers working on tools right now for you guys. We got like a Gamma Suite coming out for you. We got some cool ass shit. Super cool ass shit. Paper trading stuff. We've got options, profit calculators coming, all kinds of cool shit. Anyways, if you are a member or a supporter, David AMS is in our general chat right now. So I want to show you guys something really cool. Let me see if I can show you this really quick. I don't know what you guys can see. If you're only let me show you guys something really. It's kind of cool. Let me see if I can show all of this. Can I show this stuff? Should I be showing this stuff? I don't know. We're gonna show it anyways. Hopefully, I don't get in any trouble. But if you're just a supporter, you might only see a few rooms in our Discord. But if you're a pro trader, we have a ton of rooms available to you. Stocks, options, charts, crypto, meme stocks, commodities, currencies, fixed income, rates, bonds, pro trader pit, futures, Globex, all that kind of stuff, right? But just inside of our general chat, right, we got bots and alerts, all kinds of crazy bots. And then we've got the general chat. And David AMS is in there right now trading. He's in there right now trading. If you're a Globex trader, a futures trader, or you're trading cash market, just cash market, you can follow along from him and learn a lot from him. I used to trade with David alone. David and I used to trade together a long time ago, and I trust that guy. Guy's a badass trader, period. End of story. Nothing there except for he's a badass. And so if you're in that general chat, follow along with him. And let's say you're trading SPY and he's trading ES. It's fairly almost the same, right? There's usually a price discrepancy, but you can usually follow along enough to get where you need to go. So try to check in with him if you can today. He's a real true badass, and he's inside our Discord right now. I'm going to try to contact Trader Podcast and see if I can find him. Hold on here. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here is I apologize. I'm trying to contact Trader Podcast right now. So I'm going to see if we can get him to stop by really quick. So, we'll see if we can get him to stop by. The other thing we can do here is we can check out, I'm going to go to the Discord really quick. And I'm going to check out the I'm going to check out Apple for what am I looking for here in Apple? Insider, Golden. I'm going to look for put and call, selling and buying on Apple right now for their ER. So just give me one quick second here. We got some really cool bots inside of the Discord that can get us some really good data. Is Chendo, are you available? Where's Chendo? Maybe Chendo can do it for me. I'm trying to talk to. Hang tight 1 second here. I'm lost inside my own Discord right now. The Chendo, are you in Discord today? That is correct, isn't it, NorCal Joe? Yeah, I'm getting lost right now in the Discord. I'm like strolling through going, where is this room that I need to be in right now? I need to use Market Tide, and I can't find out which room has Market Tide in it. Maybe I'll ask Bork. Let's see if he's available. Yeah, I'm going to run a Market Tide on Apple as we get closer to the close before we review Apple. Maybe I'll just go to the general chat and ask somebody to direct me. Like, can you direct me to my own shit? Hold on here. Oh, Optimizer, did you just post it? Market Tide call, yeah, baby. Sweet Jesus. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't say that. At Optimizer. Can you run one for Apple? If any of you guys are in the Discord right now in the general chat, if you could run one for Apple, which channel is it in? Unusual Whales Premium channel. Well, okay, hold on, let me find it. There we go. $15-minute time frame. Yeah, they're trying to sell it down. Yeah, they're trying to pound price down right now. David AMS showing a 15-minute time frame where sellers are coming in trying to pound it down. But the buyers are winning. Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. Let me show you guys something really quick. So this is Market Tide, I think it's called, from Unusual Whales. Traditix has the same thing. Some people say Traditix is better, but this is showing you Net call premium is rising right now on Apple. We'll check it again at like 3:30. Put premium dying off right now on Apple. So that's good to see right now. This can show shifts in price, right? Then we've got garbage and all that kind of stuff. And we see the call buying coming into play right now. So we'll check back again. Whoever did that, I want to say thanks whoever did that. Optimizer just did that. Let me see what David AMS is saying. He's showing more buyers than sellers, I think, on the 15-minute time frame. Yeah, they're trying to push this down from up there, 100%. If buy side gets taken first, it would have been a run without me. Yeah. Yeah, he wants to trade it back down. So David AMS is saying, let's get rid of all that because we did trade out of the box. We traded to the upside. David AMS is looking for some kind of a reject, or not just, no, he's not looking for a rejection. He's just saying, I would like to see the new high maybe, or he doesn't care what this is. Let's say, I'm doing this wrong. Hold on here. We'll move that over, right? He's saying he'd like to take the trade from down here somewhere. So get the new high possibly, but not beyond the trade. Look for a roll and a dip buy to go higher right there. So let's watch it and see what happens. Not that we can't go straight up. He's not saying so David Amos is not saying we can't do this. He's just saying I'd love the trade here. Which I agree with too. It's a much juicier trade. Let's pay close attention to it and see if we can get it. Like right there. Somewhere down there. Right in here, right there. I like that trade. Now, sometimes you'll be left behind, right? Sometimes it will just go up here, come down, and then boom, continue to the upside. And you might miss the trade. That's okay if you miss the trade. Only the choicest setups, right? I agree with that. The key point is seeing if we get a new high or not. Very important point. $100%, David. I'm with you. Yeah. Oh. Fire. Yeah, they are begging to be taken, bro. I think I got him. Yeah, I got him. That's the high one right there. I got him both. Well, I got the high. So I got the high one, the high ticky right there. Yeah, he's looking for the high tick first. He's looking for that tick, but then he's looking for the pullback to actually get into the trade. So he wants to take the trade down here. So let's talk about Apple now. It's 2:06. We're going to talk about Apple earnings and the importance of Apple earnings. If you want to snip this for yourself at home, Sweet. There's the bot link. Hell yeah. I need that copy link. Hold on here. I got to do something here. Sweet. Okay, I just saved the link. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Holy shit, shit's hitting the fan on top of David's house. Optimizer just posted a link so that you just click on it every time you're in the Discord and you get the bot automatically kicks on for you. So if you are a Discord member, go in there and click on that link. It'll open a new window and save it to a bookmark. So you just click the bookmark and it'll always open whenever you want access to it. That alone is worth the supporter membership, isn't it? Having access to the market tide. All right, so we're going to look at Apple earnings. And let's talk Apple earnings. I didn't hear back from Trader Podcast. We're going to talk about Apple earnings for a moment because and I want to discuss this. It's an important discussion, and I want to tell you why. Yeah, you guys see, go in there and bookmark that options tide tool. That thing is badass. TradingTix has one too. They're both cool. But it literally will be like one more tool confirmation for you in the trade that you're taking. Now, Tuesday, Monday. Monday's close. Monday's close, right? Amazon was reporting, right? AMD was reporting. And a hit squad came in. And what I found most fascinating about that hit squad. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Touch the sky. Be careful of down below. Do you see that darkness on SPOOs right now? We want to see if we can get the new high. Remember that. Bookmap, be really careful here. You see Bookmap, you see this down here? See all that dark sky down? Be really careful of that. Oh, yeah. Get up there and touch it. Touch it. Let's see where real support is. Down here. You see how low that is? There it is right there. Just be careful of the pullback to down here, okay? As we reach for the sky, you can see the supply above, right? It's right here and right here. And watch that bar down there. That's where the buyers were this morning. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, Monday, when we watched that price action and then the end of that day, right? We were all sitting here in this show, and we had 503 as the downside move, but not the end of the day move. End of the day move was tricky, right? It was very abnormal. This guy right here, Victor Niederhofer, My boy Vic over here, celebrated, loved by some, hated by many, but nonetheless a badass, still watches the stock market every day. And he commented on FinTwit how unusual that move is end of the day. And he posited that he's never seen a 40-point move end of day down. Now, the last one that I saw was, I think, 30 points. It was on an end of the month, and we ran it straight down. We were waiting for it. This time, we missed it. Last time, we waited. People were like, that ain't going down. I'm like, yeah, you watch it. And it did. And this time, it happened again. And what was fascinating about that move on Monday, if you were paying close attention on Monday, which guess who was? Binky. And a few of you out there on the stream were too. But Binky was the one that came to me and was like, look, man, they took the opportunity to clean house on specific symbols all over the stock market. They washed out so many people. Matter of fact, a close friend of mine, he's here in the chat right now. Very close friend of mine contacted me, and he was pissed that night. And rightfully so, because if you looked closely at Amazon in particular, they took that shit. Let's look at Amazon really quick. We're going to take a peek at Amazon really quick. Now, Amazon's expectations were through the roof. I mean, through the roof. There was no way they were beating those expectations, and they basically did. And what was fascinating about Amazon, should I go to the 1 hour maybe? Yeah, right there. Does that show it? Yeah, right there. There it is. I don't want any. Let me get rid of this really quick. Yeah, we can leave that up. Nope, hold on. That doesn't show it. This is a better way of looking at it here. So, how do you find the Discord? Can Talking Monkey somebody answer that question? I'd appreciate it. So this is a pullback trend here. So if you're like a guy that works at Schlub, you know, and you're buying the dip on the daily trigger, it's awesome. Every once in a while, you come down here, right? You're buying that dip, right? Buying that dip like a badass. And you see Amazon come down, right? And all of a sudden, they break trend. Whoop. And we get a correction. We don't get a pullback there. We got a correction. See it? Like, could you imagine being like the guy, the schlub that's working over here, and you're like, I just bought $165 and I'm trading earnings, and they ass blast you down here. Whoop. Now, if you look at this in a different time frame, the actual action was like this. You bought 164. You come up into earnings, and this is what they did. They went wham, straight down to the depths of hell, and not until afterwards did they come back up. But can you imagine being this asshole right here? You didn't get paid. They stopped your triggers. Boom, there goes your there goes your stops. And then they ramped it. Fuck you, we're out of here. Bye-bye. This guy over here has got to be raging upset. I mean raging. On Monday, if you were this guy down here and you bought this and you put your stops on, whoop, they took those stops right there. Snatched your stops, then ripped it all the way up. My face would have melted off. My face would have melted off if that happened to me. I'd be so upset. You sat here since the 25th, and now we're in May. Been here a whole week. You're going to get paid. You're safe. You feel safe. I bought the bottom, and they robbed your ass anyways. It was fascinating how it took place. This one doesn't show it either. Let's do a 15-minute chart. Nope, that doesn't show it. Let's do a 1-minute chart. Look at how fast that action was. Look at that right there. They took your stop, whoop, and they sent it straight back up. That's some baller shit right there. Baller. Can you imagine being that guy at home? I lost a bunch of calls, right? I had 0 dates down here. I'm like, I got 0 date calls. I'm like, buying. Boom, down. Fuck you. Now, what else happened on this day? There were some keen people in our audience that were watching this. And they were astutely watching other tickers. Or not that one, this one, sorry. They were astutely not just watching Amazon, but they were watching Apple. Why? Why did Apple matter on that day? Hold on here. Why did Apple matter on that day? Same thing happened. Same thing happened on Apple. So I was left scratching my head on this. This is Apple. I was left scratching my head on this. Why did buyers step in? A lot of people will tell you that they stepped in because they were auto buys. If we come back down here, just an auto buy, just an auto buy. So that makes me think two things. It makes me think that had it not happened to Apple like it did to Amazon, or did they do it all at the same time so that they're in first? These guys are kicked out. Someone else is going to make all the money, and you're going to chase them. as a retailer, they're below you and you're above them. They can get out whenever they want to before you ever do. You need price on Apple to go here, and you need price on Apple to go. Let's say your target on Apple is up here, whereas their target is like, yeah, we'll take it to here and get out of here. Or if something goes wrong, we can get out with no losses. Meanwhile, if something goes wrong with Apple, you're going to get torched and be the bag holder. So of their owning Apple down here. So, anyways, had they not done this to Apple when Amazon and AMD reported, not to this severity, I would have expected it to happen today. But I'm not so sure anymore because they were down here buying this shit anyways. They probably, had they not clipped Apple, they probably would have clipped it today. But they're aware that you know this. You understand? They know that you think this is going to happen today. So they did it all on Monday. They got long on Monday. Someone got long down here on Monday. I don't know who it was, but somebody did. And they've remained long to this point. Now, why does all of this matter? What makes this matter? Do you know? Now, we got one of the highs, but not both of the highs. We'll see if they get a second one right now. We missed one of the highs, by the way, on SPY. We'll see if they can catch it now. We might get a roll down, so be careful. Look for a roll down to 502.11 on SPY. But why does this matter right here? It matters because this is Apple, by the way. This matters that they were down there buying it twice and flushing people out because, why it matters is because if you were to just look at velocity on Apple, it's in some distribution. How do I know that? I know it because there's a decline in velocity on a monthly and quarterly basis. Why is Apple in distribution? Do you know why? People will tell you it's because of AI. That's not the real reason it's in distribution. It's in distribution because it was one of only a few tickers that benefited from federal QE. And Apple was used. So ready? In 2020, right? Right there. This is the S&P 500. Oh, this is Apple, excuse me. But this is relevant to the S&P 500. In the run-up to 2020, all the risk-on stonks, meme stocks, spec growth stocks got clipped and went to the depths of hell between 2020 and 2021. They all got burned. But Apple and a few other major tickers continued higher. These tickers were benefiting from debt being sold or debt being taken on that was propping up Apple and other companies. So they were like a stool. You got a stool with like you got a stock market that's like a stool. And as stock markets was like a stool in 2020 until 2022. And there were legs to that stool. And what the market did was, as we were in early bull run, late bull run, early bull run, late bull run. So we came up here and took this part of the bull run. Then they erased all that spec growth, right? But they left these legs. This is like your Apples. I forget all the companies. I think Microsoft, Google, a few of them. And we continued to party on the indexes and a few tickers right through 2020, late cycle 2022, 2020 to 2022, excuse me. And we continued to party. Then we came back down here and we had a little bit of a bear market, didn't we? And Apple kind of toughed it out pretty well, didn't they? Did pretty good, right? Hell yeah, Apple did a great job. Now they've picked up, they've crowned what? Now they've crowned NVIDIA and AI tech and all of that shit. And Apple's kind of like question mark. Do they have to cut the legs off of Apple from that stool back there as they invest in tech? We're trying to get a new high right now on SPY, by the way. That second tick. So at least under the surface, as big money has shifted to companies like NVIDIA, they have neglected companies like Apple under the surface. This is very dangerous for Apple. Extremely dangerous. When you see divergence like this in velocity versus price, Apple has a high likelihood at some point where NVIDIA will continue up, or another company like it, and Apple could have a really bad day to the downside, like really, really bad. And the market would continue higher too. Qs would go up, SPY would go up, and Apple would have a bad day, really bad. And you'd be expecting SPY to follow with it, but it's not, because all of that money flow from that velocity is somewhere else. It's in NVIDIA or some other ticker. So my initial impression on Apple is, when does the shoe drop on it? Normally, I would say, hold on a second here. Normally, I would say to you that that shoe would probably drop on this ER report. But this scam buying down here bothers me. This looks like someone with a lot of coin in their pockets wants to trade it up, even if it's only momentarily. That they're in it to win it for ER. They're right down here. These guys right down here, they're right there. And they want to fucking party. What are they likely looking for to party? They're looking for something like that, right? Come on down here, buy all this, and they get their squeeze up. They make their money. Everybody's happy. And there's a lot of bears out there thinking that the failure in Apple today is going to trigger the meltdown that they're looking for. A lot of people positing that today into the close. Now let's look at it on their velocity for just ER. Daily Velo looks good. We're on the downside, coming upside. That's good. Hourly velocity looks good, right? Like it's got a little more oomph to it. Now, we had that scam bullshit on Monday where they didn't give a fuck. They were selling it whether you liked it or not. On Monday, right? They were selling Amazon. They didn't care. That's possible today that someone out there is a large holder. This is how you get bond vigilantes or even stock market vigilantes. I'm mad at the Fed. And I say to you, yeah, that looks like it's going up. But the moment that they report today, regardless of what the report is, and Amazon's report was outstanding, we're going to dump. We're going to send SPY lower, Qs lower. We're going to go down to 496 on SPOOs. So the setup looks great. On a 30-minute basis, looks outstanding. But under the surface, there's some real danger here for you, like there was on there wasn't on Amazon. There was no danger on Amazon, but there is some danger. SPOO's now squeezing up, trying to get the new high on that yellow bar that I showed you earlier. SPY now trying to tag that high. So this right here is what? We know that these are where those buyers are, those scam buyers, those hedge funds or big banks. Whoever it was that was down there, Bill Ackman's or whomever. We just got the new high, baby, on that prior high. We're going to start ripping some faces off. Trading 504, 83, 85 right now, 86, 90. Oh, yeah, doggy. 504.90 right now, 504.95, 504.93, 91. We're going to switch over to this Apple ER report from options.ai. They have an upside target of a 3.6% move. That's 179. Downside target 166.81 expected move. 166.81. I used to love trading Apple, man. Used to love it. Traded it for a long time. Let's take a look at their prior earnings. And see how they performed on prior earnings. Looks like if they're going to go up, they had a pullback here, but then they went up. So if you're bullish on Apple, call spreads might be the way to go. In November, they went up, but they went down on their first report. They went down, then up. August 3rd, 2023, we blasted down, but the market was already in a bear market in August 3rd, 2023. One note here on Apple is they followed trend. Even if they sold their earnings, they still followed trend. They still followed trend. Pretty consistent, right? Trend was up on May 4th. Trend was up on February 2nd. Trend was up on October 27th. So Apple tends to follow trend. That's good to know. SPOOs, baby. SPOOs. SPOOs. All right, I'm in chat. Oh, he's free right now. He's free right now. Okay, hold on. Where did he, is Trader Podcast in the chat right now? Is Trader Podcast here in the chat? Or is he in Discord? Yes! Trader Podcast. How are you? How are you, Trader Podcast? Good to see you, my brother. I love you, man. You can't, how about this? I'll ask you two questions. If you can join us, I'd appreciate it. If you can't, I could just ask you a couple questions in chat. It's up to you. If it's too much of a pain in the ass, then I could just ask you a few questions if you wanted. By the way, if you don't know who this is in the chat right now, this is Trader Podcast. He's kind of famous. He's very well known on Wall Street Bets. He's famous on Wall Street Bets for sure, and he's kind of famous on Twitter because he's the guy that creates the Jerome Powell meme stonk videos for FOMC rate decisions, but he's also a banger trader. And he's excellent when it comes to gamma and call and put buying and selling and its impacts on a stonk, especially at moments like this. I urge you to find him on social media. Find him on Twitter, please. Follow him. He's in the network. He's in the Trade the Trigger network. This guy's a gangster. So make sure you listen to this guy. He also does market briefs in the Discord general chat, which are super fucking insightful. So if you ever see him hanging around in the Discord in the general chat, guy is a baller. Trader Podcast, we were wondering about Apple ER today, earnings. If you have any insights on gamma or in call and put buying into earnings today, if you could, we want to sit at your altar and listen to you. So you could either come on the show or we could do it on the, he shared charts in general chat. Let me go back to Discord and take a peek. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, he did. You dirty dog. You dirty dog. Do you want me to bring it up on the screen or do you want me to put you on the show? What do you want to do? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. There's a giant call wall at 180. And there's just a little bit of gamma above it at 185. Okay, no worries. I'll put it on the screen. Hold on. I got you, brother. Let me see if I can... Can I make this bigger? Hang tight, bro. I got you. I don't know if you guys can see this here, but there's a big call wall right here at 180. Now, you've got all this gamma sitting right here, right? The call wall implies that the top is 180 on SPY, or sorry, an Apple. Now we can break above it if you see like ramped up call buying above, like calls above 184, 190 for the last hour, like between 3 and 4 p.m. But right now there is a wall here at 180 on Apple. Trader Podcast's handle on Twitter, I'll give it to you right now. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. You guys want to be watching this right here. The put wall is at 165. Key delta strike 150. The cumulative put gamma is I think it's negative 524 million, negative 407 million, or less minus 407 million. Strike put gamma 904,000. Strike call gamma 8.6 million. Woof. What do you think, Trader Podcast? Yeah, it's priced to perfection, huh? Do you think they want to pay those calls or no? If there's two buckets here, if there's a bucket they have to fill, do they want to fill all these calls with cash? Or do they just rob them of it and pay a couple put or theta guys, right? Guys selling calls and guys selling calls to people. Yeah, pin it flat and pay nobody, right? Just the sellers. Yeah, retail flow would be important to see as well. And we've got this chart right here. Here's Apple flows. A lot of call buying here. This looks like put buying now too is ramping up as well. Let me look here. Oh, no, puts are falling off. Excuse me. Puts are falling off. Calls are ramping. We also know that from, who else posted this earlier? Optimizer posted a tool that we have in the Discord that's showing call gamma and call buying on Apple. And put buying is going down right now. You see that? So this is the Unusual Wills tool that we have in our Discord that can help you identify if the price or if the stock's going to go up or down based upon call and put buying. Here, I'll bring that chart back up, Trader Podcast. Hold on here. Let me open in a new tab. Switch over. There you go, Trader Podcast. If you want to describe this in the chart for us, let me make this bigger so people can read it at home. So if you look at the chart, green is weekly calls, orange is all calls. So net them out. Longer dated call selling, weekly call buying. Puts are mostly weekly buying, so no one is adding to puts as of right now. Apple will go up on earnings and dump on guidance. You heard it here first. You want to read this from Trader Podcast right now and look at these lines here and what their implications are. Trader Podcast saying Apple doesn't give guidance. They do events, right? Apple events. Let's go back here and see what he says here. Oh, it's gone now. Puts are most. We lost what he said up there. I was going to start to highlight the green and white and blue lines. So, yeah, I'm staying away as NFP is tomorrow morning, too. Let's talk about that really quick. Let's talk about both of those things really quick. Let me bring you back to the bottom right screen. So here's Apple. I drew this out while you guys were all talking. So 180 is priced to perfection. And we have employment, unemployment, NFP prints tomorrow, right? Friday, 8:30 a.m. Whoop, right there. So the thesis here would be that $180 is priced in. NFP comes out and it's a destroyer. And by morning, we're flat or lower. Take the money and run on Apple. Would you say that, Trader Podcast? Would that be valid or no? Let's see what he's saying right now. Let's. Oh, sorry, sorry, Trader Podcast. I missed a bunch of what you were saying. Trader Podcast saying Skyworks had earnings a couple days ago. They provide GPS chips to Apple. Overweight. They reported abysmal numbers. iPhone sales are down. We've got the downside target here already. This is the expected downside move right here, 168, 169. There's NFP down there. Give me 1 second. I got one more thing I want to look at. One more thing for you. So we've got retailers. I wonder if those are retailers. I agree with that statement. Is it retailers that are buying calls? David AMS stating right now that he's going to remain on the sidelines as there's too much going on. Too much coming out, too much information on the employment numbers tomorrow morning. I want one more thing I want to look at here. Give me 1 quick second here. Here, let me switch over to the main screen while I look at this. Give me 1 quick second here. So here's Apple, ER down below. I want to look at one more thing here. So you got the downside target here. Anyone that's bullish on Apple, there's your upside target, 180. The weekly trigger is 177.96. If you want to know what I think about earnings or what my take on earnings is today, so this would be, I'll make this green. This is the expectations. My take on earnings today is going to be run up into the bell. Right there. I think they ramp the bell. And we're going to sell 174 and change, maybe, if you're lucky. And we're going to trade 165. 166. To right down here. Right there. So I'm bearish on Apple ER. I'm bearish on Apple ER. Now, we have to talk about something else. I'm going to bring it up right now. Let me show you guys something else. This is the SPX at the money vol curve. And there's two important things I want to show you here. Very important things. Can I get a thing? Can I get a, they have like a pencil or something I can use in here? Okay, good. What I want to show you on this chart is, this is May 2nd to May 3rd down here. May 2nd to May 3rd. Volatility should ramp into Friday. And then we get a dump of volatility on Monday. Now, there's probably some unrealized volatility as we head to the PPI, which comes before CPI this month. So I would not be looking at PPI. I'd be extending the vol curve up here. But this in particular, you see that volatility? Now, this vol spike is pre-Jerome Powell's speech, so it could be a bad read. But it's worth paying attention to. Why? Because bears and sellers need a story. They need a story. Listen to me closely here. They need a story. Bears need a story. And I need to impress that upon you. I posted about it on Twitter this morning. And I got shit for that post because people thought I was shit posting, but I wasn't. Bears need a story after Jerome Powell yesterday. And what can their story be? What can it be? If Jerome Powell just told the bond market to go fuck itself and then told the stock market and banks to go fuck themselves and that they're going to let the economy run hot, what's the story? How do you create volatility in the stock market? So I made a post on Twitter today and I said, and I got shit for this post, and they thought I was being funny, and I wasn't. My post on FinTwit was, so quiet this morning. Are the Bears meeting at the Legion of Doom for a new narrative? I wrote, will it be the bond vigilantes? Will it be inflation's wage spiral over employment? Will it be the election season? Or how about the Fed does not matter? Stay tuned. And the reason I was asking this question was because We have this stuff coming out this month, don't we? Don't we? And one of them is tomorrow. And the vol curve is saying that it matters. Now, Jerome probably wasn't expected to say the things that he said. We know that Nick, the mouthpiece Timorous, told you to expect the hawkish Fed. And he threw Nick Timorous under a bus and drove over him like 8 times, again for a second time. Last time, Nick Timorous said expect what? Expect the dovish Fed chair. You got Mr. Hawk. This time, he told you to expect the hawk, and you got the dove. So what would you have for, if you don't have any volatility, does that mean we're going to 10,000 tomorrow? You need a reason to make the stock market go up and down. Even if the trend is up or even if the trend is down, there are going to be moments for the bulls to have an argument for the market to go up, even though its trend is down. And if the market's going to reverse to the upside, you still need pullbacks for a story that can be passed off. Otherwise, we're going to fucking moon, right? $174 up there. Get that closer. Can I look at coin? Yeah, I can look at coin. Sorry, I'm missing some of your comments. I apologize. Coin. Oh, this is a fun one to do. We can do this one right now. This is a good one. This is an easy one. This one's super easy. Good call out there. All right, so coin. This is coin. In my view, it gets rejected. In my view, it's going down. Yeah, it's going down. I think you're going to get your new high up here, 230, 235. I think you're going to make the attempt for the second high, and you're going to fail that high. And you're going to blast down. And the price target for me down to the downside is 180, 179. Coin. If I am wrong on this call, you are going to be looking for if you think that it's going up, mark this down. You want to see 237.45, 240.86. And you will also see this run up here. Why do I think it's going down? Why do I think it's going down? Why do I think it's going down? Right here, that's why. I think you're going to get a momentary push up. You're going to lose the hourly, and your daily is coming down here. So you're going to be up here doing that bullshit. You're going to run straight down, and you're going to fulfill your downside daily velocity requirement. The real dip buy is likely on coin. Right there. One, two, three, boom. So I'm bearish on coin. Just looking for a little sell action over here. Into the close today. Move that over right there. Yeah, fuck it. I always trash that. I should have just moved it over. Up. I think you might just get it. I think you fail up here somewhere. Pretty bearish on this close. On Fucking A, man. Sorry. You got the new high there. Somewhere in there. Whoop. God damn it. Somewhere in there, you're going to lose it. All right, whatever. You guys get the point. Now, I will say this. If you're a bull here, right? If you're a bull, if you get up and above the daily trigger, if you catch a new high, we're going to be off and running. Whoop, going up that way. I would always tell you this, just like yesterday. As we approach the daily trigger, you have no business trading. I warn you of that right now. Even if we break above it, this is not the place to fuck around. Even if it moons, you can get really hurt here. Bulls and bears, not just bulls. Bears can get really hurt there too. You always want to be trading here to here. You never want to be caught long at the end or without some sort of new high to grab to go higher. Yeah, you want to take that? Fuck yeah, take it. But you should be exiting as we approach, regardless if we squeeze above. Leave this shit to the people that lose all their money. This is where FOMO traders become millionaires, or they become very poor. They work at Wendy's. So it's not that you're anti that we're not going up here and above. It's that it's very dangerous. Remember that you're a trader trying to make money consistently. Let me say that again to you. Please listen to me. When you're a trader trying to make consistent money, you're in early when everything's burning, and you're in there buying. And when everything is like, it's awesome, you're exiting. You're like, here, you can have my calls, you have my calls, you have my calls, you have my calls. I'll give them to you. Now, I am long here. I am long, but I don't want you following me because I'm long from way lower. So, do you understand what I'm saying? Please. I am way, way long from way lower than you likely are. Your benefits are great at Wendy's. So let's see how coin plays out. Let's see how Apple plays out. What did I do with Apple? Shit. Well, sorry about that. I took Apple down. Let me put Apple back up for you. So here's Apple on a 30-minute. I'm going to switch to a 1-minute. Is DraftKings today or no? I mean, this looks sexy, dude. Q's looks fucking bomber right now. Q's looks fucking dope. Look at that. Q's wants to rip some fucking faces off. Oh, God, I'm so fucking hard right now for Q's. Fucking IWM's ripping some faces off right now. IWM's about to fucking moon. If you're in any small caps or memes reporting today, IWM wants to fuck around and find out. IWM looks fucking baller right now, by the way. IWM looks good. Q's looks like, see Q's? Look at Q's. Q's looks like I'm saying about Apple, like it wants to go up and then sell. Right? And then the real move's over there. Q's, I mean, IWM looks fucking beautiful. This is IWM. It looks like it wants to fucking rip. If you're in any IWM heavy stonks for today, I'm more bullish on IWM than I am on SPY or Q's. Dixie is bleeding right now, down to its daily trigger. Dixie getting hammered right now. Dixie telling a different story than the one you're being told by bears that Jerome Powell doesn't matter. HYG wants to fuck around and find out too and blast off and trade that $77. Look at it. It wants to beefcake it. It wants to rip some faces off. VIX 9-day is getting blooded right now. And I want you to know that when it gets, oh, look at that, dude. Woo-wee. VIX getting shanked right now. And VIX looks like it wants to roll down. VIX 9-day looks like it wants to roll to the downside. In bloodbath down here. This is the buy zone on VIX 9-day, by the way, $10. VIX looks like it wants to get shanked. I'm not going to lie to you. It looks like it wants to get shanked. Maybe not today, but it does. Like, even if we get a bad Apple sell, it looks like it wants to go right to the depths of hell next week. Expectation of VIX 9-day trading $10 next week, guaranteed. Your window is leaving. You think that the yen, or you think that Dixie's getting hammered because of the yen intervention? I agree with that. We talk about the USD or the USD yen on the show all the time. You know that, Segastic, right? You know that the Japanese people are going to be coming to the United States to party because the dollar is going to get hammered. But if the Dixie is going down, that means equities must go up too, right? So maybe you're positing that Apple goes up. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what you're positing, that Dixie goes down, but Apple goes up. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, the MOFs that intervened, right? Not the bank, not the BFJ. MOF is the one that actually intervened. Sagastic, are you saying that the Dixie can fall, but the equities can fall along with it? Maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're meaning. Ah, shit. Decisions bought 510Cs for Monday. Decisions bought 515Cs for Monday. There's a lot of fucking bulls in our Discord right now that want to be long as fuck into the close today. They want to be long into Monday. You're more interested in the intervention if it sticks, not equities. Support is wavering. My take was that they would intervene at like 164. Looks like they did come in before, right? My take on the yen USD pairs trade was that the last leg up was FOMO, knowing that there would be intervention. So I think it does stick. I think it was like the last part of the trade. I'm fairly bearish on the USD JPY trade, the pairs trade. I'm fairly fucking bearish here on it. Hey, hold on a second here. Sagastic, are you in the Discord? I'll post a chart for you if you want. You know what I'll do is I'll post a chart on the brief tonight for you, brother, so that you have it. I want to know what your thoughts are. I want to know what your thoughts are on the chart that I post. I'll post one tonight for you, man. Note here that Dixie is coming into its daily trigger. You're seeing some equity weakness right now. Notice if you have the triggers and velocity at home that Dixie is trading to its daily trigger. You're going to get a reaction in SPOOs. Yeah, Chinese stocks were cranking last night, weren't they? They were booming last night in the middle of the night. Yeah, I got to tell you guys, I'll be honest here. I'm bearish on NFP tomorrow. I'm bearish. I'm bearish on the market. Now, I do think about like Jerome. I think Jerome could have been offsetting that. But I still think they want that fucking print. I think they're pissed. So before Jerome spoke, okay, I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining myself clearly enough. So prior to Jerome Powell's speech, I was like, fuck yeah, we're gonna burn this fucker down on Friday. We're gonna burn this fucker down. So we had a bunch of volatility priced into the event with Jerome Powell, or the vol curve, I should say. Hold on here. So if this here was the Fed day. Come on now. Hold on. Probably should do this somewhere else. So on Fed day, right? Here's Fed day. The original vol curve was like this. And then once we got that dump on Monday, Tuesday, the vol curve slowed. It went flat. So when we were in Fed day, remember I showed you that chart and I was like, we're going to moon today because the vol curve is getting crushed. But that speech from Jerome Powell, dudes, that speech from Jerome Powell, like, I wonder if that's still real. If that vol curve for tomorrow, because Jerome really did a number on that NFP print. I mean, he was pretty much telling you, dudes. He was pretty much telling you, fuck you and unemployment, or not unemployment. I guess if we get a hot unemployment number, that would be against Jerome Powell's case. You should be accepting lower unemployment. I'm saying that right. You should be accepting of a lower unemployment and hotter inflation. But the Bears need a story, don't they? So I don't know. I don't know. I feel like a little lost here until that Jerome thing is truly digested. I want to hear the bear case. The new bear case, not the old bear case. I want to hear the new bear case so that I know what to look for. And that's not out yet. We don't know what it is at this point. A lot of the bears are still on their old bear case, and some of the case that they're making right now is wrong. So I'm waiting for them to figure out what their bear case is so that I can be like, yeah, okay, sure, I'll trade that. Print comes in hot. Okay, that's good news. Good news or bad news is good news, right? Or is it bad news is bad news? Bad news is good news, right? You already know my take on all of this, though, anyways. Like, the pro traders get charts from me that tell you that 5,000 is the jump point to go to 5,300, 5,500, and higher. So you guys already know my big thesis is up, even though we're in a correction. My big thesis is up. So I don't know. Yeah, Bork just said, I love doing this. Feels so nice on those low confidence trades to be paid. I love that. It's a great statement. I love getting paid on low confidence trades. Agreed. How are we in a correction? Oh. You didn't know we're in a we need to go over it another time. We are in the middle of a correction right now. We are still in sell the rip until we get above the daily trigger with a high and a new high. Until then, yes, we're in a correction. We were in a pullback until we traded below the daily trigger. Now, the severity of this correction, it could be ending right now. We're close. This is where it would end. See that yellow line right there? You just need a high and then a new high. You do that, and the correction is over. We're back to buy the dip. We are. If you didn't know that, we're in a correction right now. It's very easy to define. We can confirm, and I can confirm them for you. Corrections, pullbacks. I can confirm for you market roll, all that shit. Crash, whatever you want. I can confirm it for you when it happens. I thought you guys knew that we were in a correction. We're in a correction. Still in a correction. Is this a longer than normal correction? No. This is actually a very small correction so far. And this is a normal correction. The correction that they're looking for, well, there's two things they're looking for. They're looking for a deeper correction, and some out there are looking for a trade down to the monthly trigger, which would be a severe correction. We get those. So we get normal corrections frequently. We get pullbacks frequently. Here, let me show you the difference. We'll just look at it right now. It's fairly easy to see. We'll just look at it together. You guys have some questions. It's easy to see. When price is above the daily trigger, These are pullbacks. Pullbacks. When we correct down to the weekly trigger, that is a normal correction. Shit. Pullbacks, corrections, woo, severe correction. Pullback, correction, severe correction. Back into pullbacks. Bullish, buy the dip. Buy the dip. Sell the rip. Buy the dip. How do we know if we're going to a crash or a bear market? We are in risk of a bear market if the daily trigger crosses the weekly trigger. Now, if it recovers, the risk of a bear market or crash goes away. Price goes down there, slips back up, and we're good to go again. Rock and roll. High five. I issued a warning to you on stream once and said we're at risk of a crash. Once price recovered and showed a new high, I said to you, the risk of crash is over, back to making money in the upside. Notice how the daily trigger does not follow price down to the weekly. Notice how daily trigger does not follow the price down to the weekly. Notice how price goes down, but the daily trigger heads higher. Pullbacks and corrections. Whenever the daily trigger crosses the weekly trigger, we are at risk of a bear market or a stock market crash. Are we currently at risk of a stock market crash? No. Did the daily trigger follow price down over here? No. If we begin to blast down here and bounce and the daily trigger stays up here, are we at risk of a crash? No. We're just at risk of a larger corrective move. If price breaks down and the daily trigger begins to follow price, begins to cross the weekly trigger, we are at risk of a what? Bear market or a stock market crash. If price breaks down, but this stays up or only comes down here, and price begins to break down, that's a severe correction. And that would trade right here. So if you don't see this breaking down, but you do see price go down there, that's a severe correction. Pullback, correction, severe correction. Price goes down here and daily trigger follows. Danger. Danger, 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 danger. Until this comes back above, danger. Now, we've got no risk of that right now. Your weekly trigger Your monthly trigger or your weekly trigger is at 487 currently, but it flips tomorrow or on Monday. It'll become 490 on Monday. Your severe correction risk leaves, and 490 becomes your severe or your your correction low becomes 490 on Monday. Your severe correction becomes it still stays at 435. But the daily trigger is not following right now, so I don't expect it at this moment. Whenever things change, I tell people in market briefs. I say we're buying the dip or we're selling the rip. We're buying the dip or we're selling the rip. I tell them in the market brief all the time. Any of you guys that are not supporters don't know this. So we have audience here in this. We have audience here that has different information. So there's what? There's different information out there. So like in a market brief, I tell people on Sundays, hey, look, we're in buy the dip. Then if we move to sell the rip, I say to them, hey, we're in sell the rip right now. That means that the market is supportive of pullbacks. Buy the dip is market is supportive of pullbacks. That means we're in positive gamma. We're above the daily trigger, and any dip will be bought. Sell the rip means that we are below the daily trigger, and rips will be sold. Rips will be sold. And we're ripping right now, right? The Tito's Pizza? Well, no, we're in sell the rip, aren't we? Until we, listen to this closely, until price gets above the daily trigger, and then makes a new high, you would expect any return to the hourly trigger to be bought. You would expect that. You are going to assume that. Your stops would be below the hourly trigger, and you would buy that dip, and you would be right more than you would be wrong. That's an edge in the market. Gives you an edge in the marketplace. An edge, an actual edge, quantifiable. Bleeding right now in S&P 500, testing the 5-minute trigger. Dixie right now bouncing off the daily trigger. Which subscription? ES. That's ES in the background. I use ES because it's cleaner. I used to have the full bookmap suite with, I had the first hero indicator. I fucking had a hero indicator the day it came out. Now you can get the hero indicator in our Discord. Trading Ticks does it. Unusual Wills does it. I know that hero indicators become much more robust at this point, which is really cool. I like it. I like the new hero indicator Spock M is doing. But the original, the OG hero indicator. Anyways, I don't know why I'm getting off that tangent. So Bookmap, I think, is the cleanest for ES or SPY or SPX. The cleanest version, for me at least, is using ES Bookmap against Trading SPY. They change every day. They change over time. Also, supporters get access to manipulatable charts with the triggers and velocity twice a day, updated twice a day for, I think, 12 tickers. All the majors, they get those every day, twice a day, so they can go in there and be like, oh, this is where the 1 minute is, this is where the hourly trigger is, this is where cross is happening. So it's $32 a month, dirt cheap. You get access to the Discord, special shit you get access to. We got a bunch of tools coming out, and we got tools in the Discord. But we got a bunch of cool tools coming out, being revamped and worked over right now that should be out very soon. We're in a beta stage right now. We're not in a full launch stage. We haven't done any kind of public launch of what we do. It's just been word of mouth and friends and community. So we don't push anything on public. We don't tell anybody on public. It's just very low key. Ground floor, baby. Let me see if News Squawk's got anything for us today. Let me turn News Squawk on so that we're ready for the report. So we will have News Squawker on. They normally get the reports before anybody else. It's like Trade the News. If you guys know anything about Trade the News, very expensive service. They will drop news before you get it anywhere else, except for a terminal. Terminal will be faster, but outside of a Bloomberg terminal, so it's the fucking fastest news you're going to get as a retail trader. TD Bank probe reportedly tied to laundering of illicit fentanyl products. Nice. Treasury steepened Thursday in the fallout from the dovish Powell ahead of supply and NFP. At settlement, the twos were negative 5.8 BPS. Blah, blah. I'm not going to read all that to you. Inflation break-evens for the day after peaking at 108 to 106 during the Powell press conference on Wednesday. T-notes paired to interim lows of 107.25 plus during APAC Thursday session with little catalysts aside from focus on the suspected yen intervention. There was then a gradual recovery to interim peaks. Here, I'm just going to post this for you in the Discord. Hold on here. I'm going to post this for you in the Discord because you want to read this. You guys definitely want to read this. Yeah, I don't need to be talking about this on stream because I'll just post it now that it's coming out and becoming news. You guys remember you guys don't need me telling you. I'll just have the pros tell you. I know I'm right in this shit. 2s and 5s, baby. 2s and 5s. I'm going to make a post here on Discord for you. So everything I've been telling you is being proofed right now. You want to read that and its implications. It's a couple things. So RDW, if you're in there, RDW, it's not, price can't just be over the daily trigger. You need price to get over the daily trigger. You need a second high and then a back test of the hourly trigger as it crosses. That's how you confirm that we are out of a correction in 98% of the time. 98% of the time. So RDW, if you're out there. Hold on a second here. Oh, you got it? Okay. All right, cool. So RDW, I don't care about prior highs, man. And I'm going to explain to you why. I'm going to show it to you right now, okay? Why I don't care. Ah, shit. 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 Hold on here. I'm going to show it to you right now, RDW, if you're out there. I want to make sure you guys got this right. And it's a very valid question. We have a member in the Discord right now that just asked some questions about crossing the daily trigger and what it means and all that kind of stuff, okay? So, and we're gonna talk about this because it's important. Sometimes I don't do a good job. Sometimes I don't do a good job explaining myself, so always say something to me. I'm blabbing, blah 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 blah. But at the same time, I want to make sure that I'm clear here. So we're gonna talk about this right now, okay? It's important. Always be asking questions, and I like that he asked this question. I'm gonna show you guys why right now. Oftentimes, you're going to hear people say things like this, traditional traders, not RDW, but traditional traders will say things to you like, we need to see this prior high from our drop and all that kind of shit. That's not true. This system beats traditional charting. It beats it all day long. Whenever you guys are out there and you see like whenever you guys are out there and you see a bull flag and it fails and you don't know why it failed, I'm going to tell you why it fails. It fails because of momentum, and you can't see it. It's not on a chart. Other times, momentum will be coming up, and it won't fail. It'll actually work. But that's not an edge, is it? Having like a bull flag is not an edge, is it? It's not an edge. So you need to know where momentum is, and that's how you get the edge if a bull flag will break or fail or work. Same with a bear flag and all that other stupid shit that you see out there. Now, traditional charting would tell you need to like beat that prior high, right? Now he's asking me about specifically that 510 number, I believe. That 510 number was valid on Friday and Monday. Now, as time progresses, the triggers move. The triggers can go way, 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 way down. They can go way, 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 way up, right? They can stay on track. They can go slightly down slowly over time. The most important thing for you to understand is what I said to you earlier, which is I want to show you something right here. So, when we were done with the correction down here, we knew that the correction was over right here. I'm sure that out there in public, people were saying to you, well, we went all the way down here. How do you know the correction is over? We haven't beat these prior highs. Not until we're above this are we out of the correction, technically, traditionally trading, right? But that's inaccurate. It's wrong. It's wrong. What you were looking for let's go to 1 hour so I can show it better for you. It's easier to show you the ticks by the tick. Here's a great example right here. We break under, right? We failed to get the prior high, right? So we break down. We confirm the rejection right here. We start cascading down. This is a correction. There's your confirmation of a correction.
And note for Nordstrom, JWN, do note Sycamore partners, reportedly among the PE firms vying to take Nordstrom private, according to sources via Reuters.
This is that same chart that I showed you a minute ago, right? Well, we haven't gotten a series of new highs. You don't know if the correction is over. Inaccurate. We broke above the daily trigger and the weekly, which actually propels you to fucking crazy highs, but we pulled back to the hourly trigger right here. Half-hour hourly trigger. We made a new high. There and there, right, proved we were out of the correction. We pulled back down again. You would take a long right here. And you would know from that point forward, as long as we're above the daily trigger, the market is supportive. Right? Do I care at all about any of these prior highs? Nope. Couldn't care less. Could care less. Could care less. And you were given an entry down here. New high above the daily trigger, or excuse me, a high off the daily trigger, a new high, back testing the hourly trigger along the way, and we're off and running. I could care less about all this shit over here. Care less. I already know that we're going to run, and we're going to keep running afterwards. So, if we were going to have that same thesis right now, would you be getting long here? No. How would you know if we exit the correction? How would you know? You would be first looking for a high. That's it, just a high. I don't care if it's here. I don't care if it's here. I don't care where it is. You'd be looking for a high, your first high. First one. I don't care if it's up here. I don't care if it's down here. But this fucker could be right here. I don't care. I don't care. I'm looking for the back test of the daily trigger and a new high. It could be right here. I don't care. The moment that I see the break above the daily trigger, the successful back test of the daily trigger, the new high from the previous high, first high, second high. The moment that I see that, I'm going to expect
Now to the top of the hour. I do have several earnings after hours today. Of course, highlights will be
the hourly trigger to come up.
Till 30 minutes after the closing bell. Just briefly though, Apple are expected to report an EPS of 150 on revenues of $99.01 billion.
Regardless of where this is.
Numbers from Bookings Holding, Expedia, and AMZN. AMZN expects to report an EPS of 387 on revenue of 7.44 billion.
Regardless of where this is, right? This pullback right here.
4.25 bill. While Expedia expects to report a loss per share 24 cents on revenues of 2.81 billion.
I'm going to buy the fuck out of it. And this is going to rocket ship. Until I get there, we are in sell the rip. Sell it. Sell it. Even sell this. If I see this bounce, though, and I'm a bear, I'm a big old bear up here. I'm still going to sell this because we're in a sell the rip environment. Because there's an all likelihood we're going to get out of the depths of hell.
$130 million on the buy side, $130 million on the buy side for the marketing balance.
Still highly probable we're going to sell that down. Now, let's say I'm a bear and I'm selling this. And I'm watching for the break, right? And it doesn't break. Comes back up to a new high up here. Guess what the bear does? Oh, shit. Close my shorts. Because this next bounce is going to run me over. Make sense? So as a seller of the rip, you're given an opportunity to still sell the rip, and you're being made aware before you get run over of what lies ahead. Does that make sense? Whenever this is done, whenever this correction is done, I'm going to walk you through the entire process. So even where we are right now, if you're a bear, you are selling this still. We are still in sell the rip. Just like over here on Friday and Monday, I kept telling you on Friday, no new high, no new high, no new high, no new high. What does that mean? Sell that fucker down to the depths of hell. Boom. So even when we come back up, let's say we break up here today. Let's say we get up here today. Yeah, fuck yeah, Captain. Correction is over. I would actually tell you, no, sell that shit. And you're going to wait to see if it breaks or if it comes back up on you. If it does, I'm going to tell you, don't panic. It's coming back down. And you're going to say, no, it isn't. I'm going to say, yes, it is. It's going to drop back down again. You're going to get out of your shorts, and you're going to know that we're going to turn up here. And I'm going to tell you as a bear, hey, the correction is over, bro. And you're going to say, thanks for saving all my money, Captain. I love being a bear, man, but you just proved something to me. Not to panic. This is where I sell. And if I made money down here, hell yeah. And wealth preservation. And now you're switching with me to a piggy. Now you're going to be a piggy with Cappy. Or you're like, I hate being a piggy, Cap. Thanks for saving my money. And I'm going to say, cool, man. As we're up here making these new highs, I'll let you know when to sell the tops. And I'm going to tell you something, Mr. Bear. Take your money and run on every one of these until we break below the daily trigger and get a new low. And you'll enter the trade a second time for the bloodbath coming. Sorry. So as of right now, we are in a sell the rip environment. We're still in it. Right now, today, we are in sell the rip. And we are in sell the rip even if we squeeze. We are still in sell the rip. There's bears out there that are like, oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, Cap. Tell him. Tell him, Captain. Tell him we're still bearish. There's people on FinTwit this morning that were calling me a bull.
Again, for all listeners, do note we will be getting Apple earnings after hours today. They're not supposed to report until 30 minutes after the closing bell, however. But do note we'll also be on the lookout for any potential commentary from ECB Lane, speaking 15 minutes after.
I read that short seller ST.
Do know Apple expects reports on EPS of $1.50, on revenues of $90.91 billion.
Short seller, dude, I didn't know you were here. Dude, on FinTwit this morning, people were like, that guy's a fucking bull. I'm like, this guy has no idea. And I like that guy, too. I'm actually going to get him a subscription because I'm like, he has no idea that I'm bared up right now. He has no idea that we're in sell the rip or that I'm saying we're in sell the rip. I'll be honest with you guys. I got to tell you guys something truthfully. I do not trade traditional anymore. I used to. I don't do it anymore. I trade. I'll tell you exactly what I trade. One day I'm going to have, dude, one day soon, okay? One day really soon I'm going to have an everything app. It's going to be baller. It's going to take into account gamma, multi-time frames, triggers, and Elliott wave all together. You guys are going to fucking love it. It's going to be baller, 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 baller. But basically I use those four things. I use and tools, and I mostly rely upon the trigger system with velocity because I know that the other ones fail too frequently. I know there's no, for me at least, maybe not for you, But for me, I believe that Gamma is not an edge. And I don't think that Elliott Wave is good enough on its own. And I don't think that what was the other one that I said? Sorry, I'm going crazy. I'm really tired right now. I think that multi-time frame looks and momentum and velocity are the true tool, but I do believe in those other tools as supplements helping make decisions. Gamma especially works very well on the upside and downside targets. Elliott Wave is good for general path. And if something goes wrong, it's usually, or like traditional charting, if something goes wrong, it usually has to do with triggers and velocity. Usually does. Because you're looking at one time frame on so you're looking at one chart, right? So what you're doing is you're looking at one chart. Think about that. No matter what you're using Gamma, you're on one plane. This is what you're doing. I'm going to tell you what you're doing. Make it simple for you. This is your chart. I'm going like this. And I'm putting 4 charts together. And I'm looking on each one of these charts saying, they don't know about this, do they? There's some real bad shit over here. And that's what this is. That's what you're looking at right now is multi-time frames together.
To keep an eye on regarding geopolitics. Reuters reporting Russian military personnel have entered an airbase in Niger that is hosting U.S. troops. According to a senior U.S. defense person speaking to Reuters, is a move that follows a decision by Niger's junta to expel U.S. forces from the country.
That's not good. We need to give them some money. We need as much influence as we can get in Africa. That Belt and Road Initiative shit. China really fucked us in Africa. No way. Is that real? Apple NVIDIA? No way. Woo! Dude, am I going to get paid today? Is that real? Did they really team up to make a phone? That's big.
And just so you're aware, regarding those earlier strikes and explosions, the Israeli strike reportedly hit Syrian security building outside Damascus, according to a security source.
Your base just had deployment there like 3 months ago. Dude, we're cranking right now. Woo! My brother did a bunch of tours in Africa, man. As a Jared, my brother was doing tours in Africa, dude. But he wasn't doing it with the U.S. Army. He was doing it as a contractor. He said that shit was fucking wild. Like straight up fuck the stories he's told me. And I don't mean like the Mideast. I mean in Africa. The shit that he told me that he saw over there. God damn, man. And there's a lot of U.S. bases in Africa. I don't know if
from
most people know that.
Holding adjusted EPS comes in at $20.39. Big beat on the estimate, $14.1.
Yeah, that debt is bullshit.
4.4 billion above the estimate of 4.254 billion.
Apple now trading 173.35. Apple down below here, right here. Apple trading 173.45. SPY trading 505.46.
Revenue 7.45 billion, bit above the estimate 7.44 billion. Adjusted EPS at $3.96, above the estimate of $3.87. It's also giving an outlook for 2024 revenue 32.5 to 33.8 billion. Choosing for 32.95 billion. Adjusted EPS for the full year 24 seems between $19 and $20.20. No, it does compare to the estimate of 1948.
You see that shit, man? Russians just entered a base in Niger. The U.S. is in. Whew. Russian military personnel have entered an airbase in Niger that is hosting U.S. troops, according to Reuters, citing an official source. Move that follows a decision by Niger's
okay,
junta to expel
Expedia
U.S. forces from the
reports.
country.
Gross bookings of 30.164 billion. Just the EPS comes in at 21 cents. Shooting for a loss per share of 24.
Booking Holdings, BKN.
$255 million. Does beat the estimate of 175.2 million. And retail revenue comes in at 1.99 billion, above the estimate 1.97 billion for Expedia, EXPE.
Let me turn this up for you.
Expedia up 3% in after-hours trade. We are just looking for confirmation on that adjusted EPS number. Again, adjusted EBITDA from Expedia did beat, and as did retail revenue.
Expedia cranking in after hours. Also, reports coming out that Israel strikes hit Syrian security building outside Damascus. Expedia with a beat. Retail revs 1.99 billion, expected 1.97 billion. Adjusted EBIT at DDA 255 million. Expected 175.2 million. AMZN EPS 396, expected was 3.87, beat. Revs 7.4 billion, 7.45 billion, expected was 7.44 billion. Slight beat on AMZN. Booking Holdings, BKNG, EPS 20.39, expected 14.06. Ripped faces off on bookings. Revs 4.40 billion, expected 4.25 billion. Only a slight beat on revs, but a destruction on EPS. Good job, Booking Holdings. Apple, blooding it down right now, trading 173. It's 173.23 with a low of 172.80. Rocket Surgeon, have a great night, bro. Hope you made some money today. Awaiting patiently to see if Apple rips the, is coin up or down? Coin. Trading right now. Coin has a new high. Trading 241.99. They got the high just now. You want to see that high down here. Just got it. Beating my expectation of a failure on 238. Uh-oh. Coin now going down, trading 221, 219, 217. Hit the upside and downside target. Apple, no reaction yet. Coin now trading low, 223.09, but they did get the high. That's good. That's good. That's good to see right there. That's more bullish so far. Hopefully it was not a liquidity grab. Apple, no movement yet. Take it easy, Stacy F. Apple with a brief green bar. No, I guess nobody has the nobody's got the Apple EPS out yet. Is it at 6 p.m. or is it at the close? I think they might report at 6 p.m. I could be wrong on that. It just says after the market close. That's at 4:30. That sucks.
Just aware for Expedia. Expedia do lower the full-year guidance to a range of mid to high single digits, top-line growth, with margins relatively in line versus last year. I was not there for Expedia. Okay,
ready? Coinbase. EPS $4.40. Expected $1. Woo! They had beats across the board. Revs 1.46 billion, expected 1.34 billion. So Coinbase with a beat, big beat. I don't know why they're blooding right now. I'll be honest. It's got to do something else. They didn't like Coinbase. Monster Beverage Corp, MNST, EPS 0.42, expected 0.43, revs 1.9, expected 1.9, roughly in line, although they did have a miss, a slight miss. Illumina, ILMN, EPS 0.09, expected 0.04, revs 1.08, expected 1.05. They have a beat on EPS and a beat on revs. It looks like a lot of these companies are doing a really good job right now on maybe not their revs increasing, but cost-cutting measures. Uh-oh, what's going on with ES right now? Coinbase now trading two. I've got coin up down below here for you. I'm going to go to the 1 minute for you. Sorry about that. Coinbase should rip. They should fucking rip. Tell me it's not sell the news on Coin. Dude, if you get a good dude, they better not be pulling that same Amazon bullshit. Here's Coinbase right here. Dude, they fucking hate these. You know what coin reminds me of? It reminds me of like if you're a company like Coinbase, or like if you have volatility, you should be rich, right? Because you're getting all the revs from the transactions, and they still sell them down. They still sell them to the dumpster. Such douchebags. We'll have to talk about that sometime, why they do that. I don't know why. They're just assholes. Yeah, exactly. There's some company out there that, is it VRT or something? Not Mobileye or VIT, VRT. Winky Face is like, dude, Bitcoin's burning. They're making bank today. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, why are they selling down? I'm like, I don't know. You would think that when Bitcoin is volatile and burning, that the order flow companies would be up on that day, right? Apple right now with a green bar trading 173.81. Apple trading 173.98. Spoos, no reaction. Dude, why is there no reaction on SPY? Somebody kick the algo. Spoos trading 174. Most of retail's in this trade long. They're against me on this trade. Most of retail, by the way, is buying calls today to this close. 180C is their target. Yeah, visionaries at 180, please. Open at 180 tomorrow. Don't shake the baby. Arr. Arr. Hold on, let's put that up there for you so you got it. Let's get rid of that so you can see it better. Traders are trying to get 180 on Apple. I'm saying that you're going to reject 174 and sell down into tomorrow by open. So far, trading 173.70. $430. So you can't synthetically trade it. You're locked in to the close. I'll stick around. You guys want me to stick around until 430? Live Nation, Live, EPS minus 0.453, expected minus 0.19. Revs 3.8 billion, expected 3.26 billion. Motorola, MSI, adjusted EPS 2.81, expected 2.53. Revs 2.39, expected 2.35 billion. So Motorola, MSI with a beat. Grubster, take it easy. I'll stick around with you guys for Apple if you want. Front row, baby. Hold on a second here.
Also getting earnings here from Block Ticker SQ. Does raise its full-year adjusted EBITDA outlook to 2.76 billion. That'll be above the estimate of 2.67 billion. Look there for Block Ticker SQ. Block also sees QT gross profit between 2.165 billion to 2.185 billion. And adjusted EPS from Block 85 cents, beating the estimate 71 cents. Revenue 5.96 billion, beating the estimate 5.89 billion. Block coming up by about 4% in after hours trade. Also giving us guys a QT profit that was above expectations. And sees adjusted EBITDA for Q2 also above expectations.
Nice trade on Block, by the way. SQ trading 74.64 up to their daily trigger. We had people call out the Block trade earlier in the week. And good job if you took that trade. SQ cranking traded 74.64 to its daily trigger. EPS 85 cents. The expected was 0.72. Revs with a so a beat on both EPS and revs. 5.96 billion versus the expectation of 5.82 billion. I think Sam called that one out. Yeah, you have a great night as well. Did you get to hang out inside the Discord? Try to get inside the Discord. It's awesome. Spy week right now. Right on, man. Take it easy, brother. Right on, right on. You joined last night? Right on. Good to see y'all in there. Make sure you're reading the market briefs every night. What else would I say to you? Make sure you're getting inside that Discord and just introduce yourself. Say I'm so and so, or just read the room and see who's in there trading in and out throughout the day. Stonks Anonymous, you're holding coin puts. You're winning right now, bro. I'd be trying to get out of those on the open, brother. You know they're going to want to buy it, right? They had a great report, so you might get your butt hurt in their report. Yeah. Do they do guidance tonight or no? What time is their guidance at? Yeah, the midnight Discord creepers. Oh, they are IV crushed on weeklies. Right on. 5:30. We only have we're gonna find out what the market does right now. You might get some help. You might get some help from Apple. You want Apple to burn, Stonks Anonymous. You want Apple to burn without a doubt.
Just getting some commentary now from ECB's lane. Says, given the lags in transmission, the tightening effects from their
Help me,
passenger
Apple.
hikes are still unfolding.
No, I'm long the market. I've got a bunch of calls. I got a fucking shitload of spy calls. A fucking metric shit ton. They're probably gonna burn. Yesterday I made a killing, dude. Yesterday I was on calls for the so I posted in Discord my trades yesterday.
And ECB's lane, just noting expectations
I made bank,
of future
dude.
inflation.
I made stupid fucking money.
Expectations of future inflation and normalized further,
Stupid
leaving
fucking
normal rates
money
unchanged,
yesterday.
implies a mechanical increase in real interest rates.
EOG, EPS 2.82, expected 2.71. Revs 6.19 billion, expected 5.92 billion. Adjusted net income 1.63 billion, beats across the boards. That is ticker symbol Echo Oscar Gamma, EOG. I've got Apple trading 174 and then burning. 174.50 and then burning by open tomorrow.
ECB's lane, just noting there are two-sided risks in proceeding through the next phase.
But everybody's loaded with calls. Everybody's got calls to 180. So I think that at some point there's going to be damage done to Apple. I don't know when it happens. I don't know when it happens, but it's going to happen. They're going to have some bad news, like Tim Apple's going to relieve the company or something. Something's going on that's not known.
Just noting that moving from one meeting to the next meeting and from one projection round to the next projection round allows for the accumulation of further data that can help inform the rate decision.
DraftKings, DKNG, net income, negative 142.6 million, I think. Expected 137 million. So they had a beat there. Adjusted rev, wait a minute. Adjusted EBI TDA.
Earnings from Apple, AAPL. EPS expected at 150 on revenues of 90.01 billion.
The expected was 4.58 million revs, 1.17 billion or 1.17 billion. Expected 1.12.
4 billion and iPad at 5.9 billion.
Cloudflare beats on its EPS, miss on its revs. So NET, Cloudflare had adjusted EPS 0.16, expected was 0.13, a beat. Revs 378 million, expected 374 million. So I apologize for that. Cloudflare had a beat on EPS and revenues. Their Q2 revenue view had 393.5 to 394.5 expected. They've adjusted it higher. So their beats across the board and their revs. Cloudflare is expecting bigger revs in Q2 revenue view. Say again? I used to be in the old free Discord. What is the difference between the basic and premium Discord? Um, for me, it's the act. So there's a bunch of stuff in the new Discord. So the new Discord has dedicated mentors. It has dedicated help support tickets 24 hours a day. We have tools in there that we pay for you, bots and tools inside of that Discord. And we also drop posts in there. Like the Pro Discord gets a bunch of different posts, like Elliott wave counts and that kind of shit, and like all kinds of obscure shit. And then we have dedicated traders in there 24 hours a day. I'm missing some of what you're asking. Taking a trial to check it out for a few days? Not right now. Maybe down the road. Maybe down the road. Yes, but it's $30 a month. It's the price of a cup of coffee. We're only gonna have people in there that are paying right now. It's too cheap. It's dirt cheap. It costs nothing. It costs me more money for the 30. It costs us a lot of money. It's $32 if you pay for the year. It's dirt cheap. I don't like people copy trading me. There's no point. You don't have the time to take the trade at the same time as me. Yeah, that's why I don't do it. I want to tell you guys so some of the reasons I haven't told you reasons why. Marmot Burr knows why. So I want to sell you something else too. The reason we wound up switching to the paid model on the Discord, it keeps out the fucking wolves, spammers, bots, and people that are not serious. I want to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a very serious Discord, and we only want to trade with serious traders. That's the truth. So we had a free Discord, and what we found was that we had a lot of unserious people, and we also had, because it was free, or anytime you give like free access, nefarious people will bring in spam, bots, all kinds of crazy shit. So the moment we went to the paid model on Discord, it was a beautiful fucking thing. Like, it was just gorgeous. Our Discord is fucking awesome. And we had to move to that paid model there, and it really made a difference. Huge difference. And I don't want to say that a lot, but that's true. Yeah, people are there to make money. And I would rather, I think we made this before. You know, when we opened the free Discord the first time, I didn't expect it to have thousands of fucking people in there. Like, we have thousands in that Discord. Thousands and thousands. We would cut thousands out of it. We would cull like 1,000 people, and then another 1,000 would come in. So we'd have like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. But the moment we switched to a paid model, it was a better experience. People would get pissed off in the old Discord. People would be fighting with each other. People were intentionally trying to stir shit up. It was a mess. I used to be a fan of free everything. I was that guy. I was like, free, man, do it all free. And I've come around to, you have to have some skin in the game. There's a psychology from people that they assign money with value. I know that you don't believe that, but it's true. For some reason, if you pay for something, you treat it better than if you don't pay for it. So
ECB's
the
lane.
experience we've been
Non-green
having in
has
our
declined more
Discord
quickly than
is
expected.
fucking baller. It's fucking baller. Our Discord kicks ass, and our members in there kick ass. They want to be there, and they're serious. So I don't have time. I'll be honest with you. And none of these people in this Discord have the fucking time for bullshitters, scammers, bots, all that shit. So if it's 10 of us in there, I'm happy. If it turns into 1,000, and it gets crazy, I'll start kicking people. So I think I'm happy right where it is right now. Who's in there and all that kind of stuff. It's fucking phenomenal. I love it. Good questions though. Yeah, it's the same as playing poker with friends, right? Absolutely. It's a different game, isn't it? It's a different game. Yeah. It's a completely different game. So, I'm very happy right now. It's our Discord is badass. That coupled with the market briefs every night, the stream every day, the tool packages and all that other kind of shit. You get your pivot tables every day from us, or you get your pivot tool and all that other shit. So, and we got more tools coming, which is really cool. We got like a bunch of gamma shit coming, CTA stuff and all that other kind of shit. We got multi-time frame shit coming, so it's gonna be super fucking cool. Dude, you ready for this? So, I have another Discord. It had at its peak 5,000 or 6,000 members, right? I could have monetized that somehow, or sold it to somebody.
1 minute now until Apple earnings.
Do you know what I did with it? I fucking deleted it. I literally burned it to the ground. Literally burned it to the ground. It does not exist. Why? If I wanted the money, I could have taken it. I could have sold it to somebody for the membership. I didn't do that. So, it's not a monetary thing for me. I literally deleted the fucking Discord. It's gone. The Discord we have now is brand new. I asked Bork too. I go, "What do you want to do, Bork?"
10
He's like,
seconds
"Fucking
until
burn
Apple
it to the
earnings.
ground." I'm like, "Woo!" Even Bork was like, "Just torch it," and he was correct. Whoa!
And EPS comes in at $1.53.
Oh!
Revenue 90.75 billion, above the estimate 90.01 billion. iPhone net sales 45.96 billion. Just a bit short of the 46 billion expected. Does authorize additional $110 million for share repurchases and declares dividend 25 cents. iPad net sales 5.56 billion, short of the estimate of 5.91 billion. Mac net sales
Beat EPS.
5 billion, beating the estimate of 6.86 billion.
Miss on revs.
23.87 billion, shooting for 23.27. Wearables net sales 7.91 billion, short of the estimate 8.08 billion. Does note Apple revenue is to grow low single digits in Q3 versus consensus estimate of 1.33%. And year-over-year sales, does note Q2 year-over-year sales grew in mainland China. Apple up 2.5% in after-hours trade.
Woo!
And Apple, they do note they are looking forward to a product announcement next week. And of course, they are excited to release that event. I do believe it's around the iPads.
Apple now trading 178.14. Apple call holders looking for 180 minimum. They want 190, 200.
Their EPS and revenue did beat expectations. iPhone net sales were a little bit short, but did also authorize an additional $110 billion for share repurchases. Meanwhile, the iPad net sales did miss expectations, but Mac did beat, and wearables also missed expectations, but the services did beat at 23.87 billion.
Apple EPS 1.53, expected 1.50. Revs 90.75 billion, expected 90.01. So a miss on revs. They're to buy back an additional 110 billion of shares and boosts quarterly divs. If you're a
Apple is planning on gains up about 3.5% after hours, adding to the gain seen today. They did close higher by about 2.2%.
Apple needs to trade above 180 on open tomorrow for you not to get hammered on vol crush, right? Not vol crush, on options interest crush. So let's see where it opens in the morning. Right now it's trading 180 right now, 179.75. Apple bulls stoked, coin bears not stoked. Coin bears, oh, wait a minute, coin's still dragging lower. That's good for coin. Apple trading 180 right now. You want to see it get up to 190, 200, something like that. The good thing is that shit's going to crank to hold up the stock market, right? Apple trading 180.
Revenue there from Apple as well. Do bear in mind, Greater China revenue did beat to 16.37 billion, trading for 15.87 billion.
Apple still in line in the options market. Dealers have priced in the move to 180. We have a pin strike currently right at the call wall at 179.96 currently. If we can get some buyers on Apple, my fucking SPY calls are going to print. Hopefully I wake up tomorrow and SPY is fucking mooning. SPY still trading below its daily trigger, 506.10. Daily trigger currently sits at 507.67. Yeah, I need 530, right? That shit ain't happening. Those things are fucking going to be zero tomorrow. Fucking zero. They're going to be fucking... We needed to get above 510 and get the premium kick. That shit ain't happening. That shit ain't happening. You're on 530s? Fuck. Some people have 515s. I don't know. I think they might have caught a print on 515s yesterday. Yeah, they burned for me, so I'm just holding them. You get a lotto trade. We never got above 510 yesterday. We needed yesterday to get above 510 for that premium to kick in. They went up to like 8 or 9 cents or something, but I had been buying them from like the 20s down to 8. I think my last trade was 8 or 9 cents. So it didn't really fuck. I guess I could have gotten out with like a heavy ass loss. But I needed us yesterday. I needed us to get over the daily trigger, and then today to moon before NFP on Friday. It didn't happen, so they're gonna get torched. Apple now trading above 180. Apple bulls will be looking for market to open above 180 to get paid. Otherwise, whew, those calls are gonna burn tomorrow. Burn. SPY now trading 180.28. Apple's saying they're going to do buybacks right now, so that's good to see. SPY on a high right now of 506.83. All right, that's it for me. I got to get my ass out of this chair and go for a goddamn run. I'm serious. Like, I got to get out and do something tonight. I want you all to have a wonderful evening. Please get outside, enjoy the air, touch some grass. And I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I was late this morning. I put the stream up, but I was late. I was hung the fuck over. I went out last night. I made a lot of money yesterday, so I went out last night, right? My daughter also had an art fair that she was had her art out there. So I went to that, and then I went to a big barbecue, and fucking was crazy sauce. Then I got on FinTwit late night, and I'm like, yeah, fuck all those guys out there.
And from Booking Holdings, so forecast Q2 room nights growth to decelerate versus Q1 due to war. So just repeat that, Booking Holdings forecast Q2 room nights growth to decelerate compared to Q1, citing war.
I had been drinking last night. I was like, I'm going out drinking, have a good time. We were out, so it's like just getting to be summer. So I want you guys to know, so I live in Detroit, right? Detroit, it has like 2 months of sun. That's it. So I'm starved of sun. So, where we live, because Michigan, they have late nights here. Like, it doesn't get dark until very late. In the summertime, it gets dark at like 10 or 11. So, like, literally, it's light outside till 10 p.m. So, I try to like soak it all up when I'm in Detroit. I'm like, yeah, man, we're gonna hang out tonight. So I'm up till pretty late. And last night we were turning it on. And yesterday was a fucking baller day, dude. We made bank yesterday. So, and then this morning, of course, right, in the overnight last night, fucking SPY or ES is just ripping. And I'm like, I'm gonna get paid on the open this morning too. So I'm all fucking pumped. Yeah, dude. Like this morning was another fucking killer print. So I'm like, what do I do? Like, I'm having a good time. You know what I need? I need a drop account. I need a drop Twitter account. I need like my own little like handle with no followers and then tell you guys what it is. I do. I need like a CaptainJimJames fucking alt account with like a fake nose and a mustache and like Groucho Marx glasses. That play was dank, dude. That was to the fucking tick 2 minutes before the bell yesterday. Dude, that we ticked that. We fucking bought that shit on the bottom tick. My character would give me away. Oh, sorry. Here I am. What do you want me to do? What's going on, Mr. Talking Monkey? What's going on? Did I do something bad? Did I do a baddie? What did I do wrong, Mr. Talking Monkey's yelling at me. He's my boss. He's one of my producers. Oh, a dark captain handle? Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely, dude. I gotta do that. We'll just spread it word by word of mouth. Did you know that's actually him? Maybe we'll do that. We need to find a social media manager. I need to find one of those. I need to like get that handle away from me. Dark Captain, I like it. Hell yeah, doggy. I like it. A laser eyes Dark Captain. I like it. Yim Yams. I like that. Yim Yams. Oh, dude, hold on. I got to write that down. I got to write this down. You guys mind if I steal that shit? Yim Yams. I like that. Dark Captain. Dark Rum. I like all that. Nice. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. See all you guys 9:30. I know Yim Yam. Who the hell is Yim Yam? All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I gotta get the fuck out of here. You guys take it easy.